Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Traitor's face in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 51, Ashes to Ashes. Zuko stared out over the ocean, at the darkness on the horizon, and adjusted his eye patch against the wind. He'd meant to get a glass eyeball to fill the empty socket, but even though he'd been back in the Fire Nation for weeks, things had been too busy, too tense. Vanity had been completely driven from his mind. It wasn't as easy to lose track of other concerns. He still had no idea what to do about the mystery of her mother, of her mysterious origins as a peasant and her disappearance during his childhood. The weapon Heiyashi, who had seemed to know something, was dead. Of course, she was hardly the only source of information. Father would have to know, and Uncle had to have witnessed some of that history, too, right? Except, instead of being on his way home, he was being sent out on another of Uncle's errands. And Uncle hadn't even bothered to talk to him. Zuko turned to his companion on this trip. Well, his human companion. You're sure you can get back into the spirit world to talk to my uncle? Avatar Aang, seated next to Zuko on Appa's head and holding the reins as they all flew over the ocean, gave a wide grin. Yeah. I've done it accidentally a few times already. When I'm sleeping, I just dream my way into a meeting with Prince Iroh. Has he ever contacted you that way? Zuko waved the point away. We're out here by ourselves. If you can't talk to him, we'll have to fly back to Zenmatsu or somewhere else with a telegraph station. That will delay us by a few more days again. Okay, but I just said it'll be fine. Zuko didn't feel inspired to answer with anything more than a grunt. Aang leaned over towards him. Why so grouchy? This time yesterday, we were all worried about the Agni Budokai. Now we have the governors of the outer islands backing us, our friends are on their way to handle more of the politics stuff for us, and we're setting out on an adventure. Some adventure. We don't know where we're going or what we're going to do when we get there. I'd rather be on my way home. And, Aang continued with a bright voice, you got a hug from Suki and I kissed Mai. Zuko needed a moment before he could switch his mental processes onto this new trick. You kissed Mai. The Avatar, the last airbender and the bridge between worlds, actually giggled. Yeah. Right on the tip of her nose. Oh, for First Fire's sake, I'm very happy for you. Thanks. Zuko decided that he was done with this conversation. How was he supposed to ruminate on his troubles when this stupid kid just wanted to talk about girls? I'm going to check the supplies. If we run out before we finish with this adventure, we might have to leave to resupply and that will delay us by a few more days again, Aang finished. Yeah, I got it. Zuko crawled back to Appa's saddle, where several large packs were tied down. Without other passengers, and seeming to have recovered from Azula's lightning bolt, the Sky Bison could carry a good amount of supplies. Of course, this amount of supplies made Zuko's inspection a pointless exercise, but if it would get him away from a giggling 12-year-old, he was fine wasting his time. Zuko checked the ropes, to make sure they were tight and secure, and then moved on to confirm that the lid of one of the crates was properly sealed to keep out moisture. As soon as Zuko touched the lid, it slid right off and let the light of the setting sun into the crate. Zuko blinked down at a slim teenage girl, half buried in bags of rice and seemingly staring past his head with milky eyes. King Toph. She frowned. You can see me, can't you? I can hear your teeth grinding. More than usual. Zuko couldn't bring himself to speak. She had stowed away and had to have displaced some of their supplies, and. Toph winced. You're going to crack a tooth, Princey. She shoved the sacks off of her and crawled out of the crate, almost falling into Zuko's lap. Hey, Avatar Aang. Looking good over there. Not that I'd know. She waved in a direction that was almost correct. The Avatar turned with confusion all over his face. King Toph. What's up? Zuko shook his head in the hope that the situation would prove to be a dream that he could wake up and dispel, but King Toph remained seated beside him in Appa's saddle. She was wearing a worn green tunic underneath a vest that might once have been yellow, a far cry from the fancy way of dressing that he had seen from her before. Zuko gave her his best one-eyed glare, and then remembered that she wouldn't be able to see it. Seriously, what are you doing here? Toph rested her head against his arm. I decided that Mai and Sokka and Zhao could handle all the political stuff. They're not stupid and they cheat, so they can manage without me for a few days. I'm only on this whole trip to make sure Prince Iroh frees the Earth Kingdom like he promised. You and the Avatar over there are on some super secret mission for your uncle, so I decided to go along to keep an eye on you. Figuratively. I'm blind. Zuko shouldered Toph off of him as Aang said, so why didn't you just ask to come along in the first place? Because Iroh wanted just you two to go, so I knew you'd argue with me. This way, I get what I want, and all I had to do was focus on the smell of dry rice until my stomach stopped flipping. That's strategy. Toph's smile faded, and she sat back against the crate she had been hiding in. Besides, you've been neglecting your earthbending training. Aang winced, and Zuko finally found a conversational thread that didn't make him want to either jump off the sky bison or throw one of his companions. I didn't know the Avatar had started learning to earthbend. Toph snorted. Yeah, that's the problem. Aang fully turned to face them both, letting go of Appa's reins. I've started. I've been meditating on the stuff Toph told me before we set out for the Fire Nation. We haven't really had time for anything else. Toph nodded. That's true, and that's why I'm here. The whole thing with the Agni Budokai forced you spend a lot of time focusing on fire, even if you've only just started bending it. But the Avatar is supposed to learn all the elements so that you'll understand and know every nation. How am I supposed to trust that you'll do right by my Earth Kingdom if you can't even flick a pebble? Zuko blinked his way through his surprise. That almost sounded wise. She has a point. The Earth Kingdom is vast and rich in cultures. I traveled it for years and still haven't seen everything it offers, or all its kinds of people. Toph sat up suddenly. Oh, you've been ever stopped by jailing? Zuko felt his cheeks warm. I'm not sure. I was focused on finding a safe place to sleep and something to eat. Oh. Toph leaned back again. Well, I'd apologize for not welcoming you, but your family wrecked everything, so I don't care. Zuko was just glad she wasn't trying to kill him for it. Aang took the reins and settled back in his place on Appa's head. So, are you from jailing, Your Majesty? Yup. It's just Ash, now. Zuko winced. Sorry. Aang sighed. My home is gone, too. I'm sorry I can't see yours, Toph. Maybe you can tell us about it. Toph frowned. No, I can't. Okay, I understand. If you don't want to talk dash. No, I mean I can't. I only ever saw it in the middle of the night, when I snuck out of my parents' mansion. They didn't like me going out where I could get hurt. Or going out anywhere. Or telling the world about me at all. They were kind of overprotective. Toph barked a laugh that made Zuko feel like he had swallowed a lump of coal. It's funny, they locked me away so that I'd be safe at home, and the only reason I'm alive is because I broke out. My parents died in that mansion when it burned down. Her voice went low, almost lost in the wind. I would have, too, if I'd stayed. Aang looked over to Zuko. Could you take the reins for a moment? Zuko shrugged and crawled up to Appa's head. After turning over the reins, the Avatar hopped over to Toph, sat down beside her, and wrapped his arms around her in a hug. Toph snorted again. You're a real softie, Avatar Aang. Zuko turned his one-eyed gaze to the horizon ahead. This wasn't anything he should be watching. His grandfather had done this to these kids, and he knew his sympathies would be inappropriate. Zuko still had a home to go back to, even if it wasn't soon enough for his liking. But these kids could win everything they wanted from this whole enterprise, and they'd still be left without their homes or any family. Zuko felt ashamed, for the first time, that he merely had to work hard and overcome impossible odds to get what he wanted. Appa flew on. Ahead, an island came into view, rising up above the ocean with jungles and the corpses of old volcanoes. Toph couldn't jump down off Appa fast enough, once they had landed. She only had a vague idea of the distance to the ground, based on the sky bison's standing height, but she still threw herself out of the saddle with no hesitation. She'd never been so happy to feel loose, mushy sand beneath her bare feet. Ah, there it is. Sweet, supportive earth. She laid down on it, grasping some sand in her hands and letting the grains run through her fingers. Then, on a whim, she planted her face in the sand and rubbed it around a bit. If this was more solid ground, she could have used her earthbending to leave an impression of her face here, the Earth King's mark on Fire Nation soil. But this was sand, and she'd never been very good at working with sand. She grasped a handful, everything but a small amount slipping through her grip, and sought out Avatar Aang's little light feet on the beach. It was hard, as sand didn't carry vibrations the way soil or stone did, and Aang somehow managed to walk without letting his full weight come into play. But she could hear Appa thrumming happily and there was a sound of skin rubbing a bison's snout. Toph focused as hard as she could and found a blur that might have been a 12-year-old, give or take a century, Avatar. She beamed him with the sand. Hey. There was more annoyance in his voice than pain. What was that for? Toph picked up some more sand, lifting them so that the grains all fell out in a rain down on her head. It's earth, and it stings when someone throws it at you, but it's all loose and shifty. Maybe an airbender can do something with it easier than a rock-solid bender like me. Oh. She felt Aang's weight decrease to the point where he completely disappeared from her earth sense, but his voice was loud and easy to pinpoint. That sounds good. What do I do? Toph stood up as a weight landed on the other side of Appa, and she heard a grunt from Zuko. He felt heavier than he should have, so he must have been holding one of their supply boxes. Good to know that the prince didn't mind handling his own luggage. Toph usually avoided doing her own packing and hauling, but that was because people still had trouble thinking of her as the Earth King, so she needed to be as snobby as possible to reinforce her station. Aang was still invisible to her, so she said, "First of all, stop floating." Oh. Sorry. There was something near where the voice had come from that might have been Twinkle Toes over there standing still like a normal person. Now what? Toph took a low horse stance, her legs wide apart and her knees bent to keep her close to the ground. Earthbending requires a solid stance. If you come over here and try to shove me down, you'll fall over before I move at all. She brought her arms in close to her sides, elbows bent, and then used every muscle in her arm, shoulder, and waist to snap a fist out that would have shattered granite. Earthbending requires strength. Some of the sand in front of her burst forward like a traveling geyser, but Toph felt it start to die a short distance away, and it was lost to her senses before all the grains even settled back down. Aang, though, burst out with, "Wow." Toph shrugged, still in her stance. That was pretty pathetic, actually. Like I said, sand is weird. But that initial movement is easier than moving a pebble. Then Zuko's voice sounded from back in Appa's saddle. It's interesting that earthbending comes from strength. I used to think I had to build muscle to be a good firebender, but my sister taught me that fire comes from our breath. And I discovered that its power comes from my inner strength. Toph rose up from her horse stance, straightening her legs and brushing a foot across the sand in a circle. Breath and inner strength are nice, but that's probably because your fire isn't born until you make it. The earth has been here for longer than people or spirits, and it's got all the strength anyone could ever need. You gotta show it who's boss if you want it to listen to you. King Toph. Aang's voice sounded like it was ready to retreat on a moment's notice. I've been punching the whole time you and Zuko have been talking, and no sand is moving. Toph headed over to him. As she got closer, his body resolved in her earth sense, but she still needed to put her hands on him to really evaluate his horse stance. She felt up his feet, his legs, got close enough to his crotch to make him squeal, and then patted his back. Well, your stance could be a little wider and lower. Here. She slapped her hands down on his shoulders and pushed him down. He made another squealy sound. Toph nodded her approval. Better. Try it now. The only thing she detected was the whistling of air over a small fist. Sure, maybe her earth sense wasn't good enough to feel a few grains of sand moving a little bit of distance, but she doubted she was missing anything like that. It's not working, is it? Aang groaned. I broke my avatar spirit, didn't I? I bet it was something on Crescent Island. I lost my airbending for a little while there, and now I can't earthbend. You didn't break your avatar spirit, Zuko barked. You've been airbending and waterbending all this time, and I witnessed you communing with the fires in the Agni Budokai. Here, straighten up a little and hold out a hand. Steady your breathing, and feel the way it carries energy through your body. What was Prince Busybody trying to do? Aang's breathing was loud. Okay, I feel it. Air nomads know all about how our breath feeds our bodies. Now what? Now, Zuko said, when you punch, exhale, and summon your energies into your fist in the same way your lungs expel the bad air from your body. Connect to those energies the same way you connected to the flames during the Agni Budokai, and you will find your own fire. Zuko was horning in on Topha's lesson. She opened her mouth to say something that would completely destroy his masculine security. And then Toph heard a quiet sound of combustion. Her non-sight lightened, and she felt a new heat waft over her skin. Aang laughed. I did it. I'm a firebender. See, Zuko said. Your avatar spirit isn't broken. You're just terrible at earthbending. The fire winked out. Zuko cleared his throat. I mean, it's just not going as well? Maybe Toph isn't teaching you right. Aang didn't say anything. Toph let the silence hang around for a moment. Well, that might be true. Then she darted over towards the source of Zuko's voice and shoved him with all her strength. He cried out as he crashed to the ground and skidded across the sand, all of it hard enough for Toph to feel without a problem. Then she straightened and brushed some sand off her clothes. I'm going to take a bathroom break. You two losers better have camp set up by the time I'm back. She couldn't stop her hands from forming fists as she stomped off. Iroh looks older than ever as he gazes out over the sea of mists. Have you heard of the Sun Warriors? Aang shakes his head, but doesn't think too hard about it. He's too intrigued by the sight of the stars above and the clouds below. It's a sight that reminds him of the air temples, but the mountain peaks here don't stay still. They seem to float on the grey mists, drifting to eclipse some constellations even as they reveal others. Perhaps the peak that Aang and Iroh are standing on right now is bobbing in the same way. Iroh chuckles. I expected not. The Fire Nation has been very selective about its own history since Sozin's time. Some parts are forgotten while others are blown out of all proportion. The Sun Warriors were the first civilization on the Fire Islands, before the ancient explorers came. The Sun Warriors lived in harmony with dragons, and so also became the first firebenders. While much of Fire Nation culture came from the explorers, we trace many of our philosophies to the Sun Warriors. My father's name is even derived from their language, and so my niece's is as well. Aang turns away from the cloud sea and its island peaks to look at Iroh. Even the air nomads have had only a few legends about the explorers. What happened to the Sun Warriors? He knows they cannot be alive now, not if he has never heard of them. And he knows too well what the Fire Nation does with civilizations that do not fit in its view of the world. But Iroh smiles. They hid. Although their great kingdoms are gone, a few tribes managed to survive in the wilderness of the Fire Nation. There, they preserve the true philosophy of firebending. I was fortunate to find them, and am honored to carry their secret. He motions to Aang. And I think it is an honor you should share with me. Wow. Yes, I would be honored. How do I find them? They will find you, young Avatar. I have kept up communications with them, and you are already camped on the shores of their island. When the sun rises, they will be there. And they will share something with you that should help with our plan to lead the Fire Nation back to balance. In exchange, there is a matter with which you could perhaps help them. Aang likes the sound of that. He closes his eyes and breathes in the cool air more pure here than he even remembers of the air temples. It fills his body and blows over his skin, and he almost feels cradled, as though he's lying on Appa's tail. Aang stretched and opened his eyes to find the sun rising above the ocean. Not an ocean of clouds, but a real one, with water that reflected the orange light of the newborn sun. Even the white fur of Appa's tail, all around Aang, glowed with the dawn. Then Aang noticed that a guy in face paint and a big feathered headdress was sitting cross-legged right beside Appa's tail. Wah! Aang hopped to his feet and used a wind to keep himself afloat long enough to strike a fighting stance. Who are you? The man raised his eyebrows. It looked harsh with his deep red face paint, and the heavy gold around his neck added to the projection of power. I am Chief Alba, for as long as the sun shines on me. I believe I am expected. Expected? Oh, the Sun Warriors. Aang relaxed. Yeah. Good morning. Prince Iroh said you'd be coming. I just wasn't expecting you to be so soon. Chief Alba smiled as he stood up. His clothes were evocative of the Fire Nation in their red color, but his tunic was left open in the front to reveal his bare chest and long loincloth. His arms, though, were almost completely covered in bands of real gold. Sun Warriors like to get an early start on things. I take it you are the Avatar. My name is Aang. He brought his hands together and bowed low at the waist. It's an honor to meet you and learn about the Sun Warriors. And the big guy is Appa, my animal guide. He's a sky bison. Alba bowed to Aang, and then again to Appa. On behalf of the Sun Warriors, I welcome the Avatar and his guide to our L-. His words were cut off by a battle cry and the sound of firebending. Aang whipped his head around to see Prince Zuko popping up from his sleeping bag with a fist extended and flames flying out towards a thin man with a mostly shaved head. The man brought his hands up and almost caught the flames, and then twisted his arms down to dissipate the light and heat. By then, Aang had already run over to grab Zuko. Hold up, these are friends. They're Sun Warriors. They're who your uncle wanted us to meet. Zuko blinked. He wasn't wearing his eye patch, making for a disconcerting sight. Sun Warriors? But they've been gone for thousands of years. The man who Zuko had attacked smirked. Are you sure? Did you check? Zuko's jaw clenched, and Aang got ready to stop another fire-bending attack, but the prince just rose from his sleeping bag and crossed his arms. So now what? Now we get Toph up. Aang looked over to where she had made her little earth tent last night, further up where the sand was more packed, but didn't see it. Instead, he found Toph sitting down with more of the Sun Warriors around her, saying something as she gestured wildly. Chief Alba came up beside Aang. Yes, we have already met the Earth King. She detected us as soon as we arrived, and we exchanged introductions. I must say, I expected the Earth Kingdom's ruler to be a bender, but I never imagined anyone could have such power and control to use it as a substitute for eyes. The child is impressive. Aang could easily agree with that. Too bad he was proving to be such a disappointing student to her. So, since we're all acquainted now, Iroh said that there was something I could maybe help you with. Alba glanced over at Zuko, and then back to Aang. I certainly hope so. But that's what I want to see. See? See how? If the Avatar cannot even sense or find the problem, then how can I hope for you to fix it? Oh. He was saying that Aang had to take a test. Aang hated tests. Alba offered a smile. I will help you, though. I do want you to succeed. Aang smiled back. Oh, well, thanks. That's really refreshing. Ever since I got to the Fire Nation, it's been nothing but people challenging me to death duels. And that's when they don't just send assassins. Huh. Alba nodded. That does sound like what I'd expect of them. All I want you to do is trace the connection between me and my Sun Warriors, and the darkness that has come upon us. Oh. Like Guru Puthak had taught. I can do that. Give me a minute, though. Alba sat back down, his legs crossed. Zuko shuffled over. What are you doing? Yeah, you haven't been hanging out with us for that long. Aang shrugged. I can kind of sense the spiritual connections between people and things. It's part of how I can bridge worlds, like avatars are supposed to do. Don't worry, it's nothing too spooky. Even Sokka is okay with it. Zuko stared like he wasn't sure if he was being made fun of. Aang figured a demonstration was the best response. He kneeled right in front of Chief Alba and closed his eyes, clearing his mind and trying to focus as he breathed in and out. Alba was a stranger, and Aang wasn't sure how to begin to find the connection. Maybe he should ask to hold one of the chief's hands? Or they could firebend together, somehow? Then a pair of little hands came to rest on Aang's shoulders, and Topha's voice drifted into his ears. Everyone breathes, everyone has a heartbeat. This sand makes it hard to feel, but everyone makes vibrations that go down into the earth. Maybe I couldn't teach you to move grains of sand yesterday, but they're still shaking with the vibrations of all of us. Put your hands in the sand and feel for the vibrations of the guy right in front of you. Aang figured it was worth a try. He leaned forward and pushed both of his hands into the sand, sliding them into the cool, damp ground until they were covered to the wrists. Back up, he heard Toph saying. Give them some room. Aang breathed, and focused on his hands. On the sand that pressed against them. He sought movement. He failed to find any. Vibrations, Toph called out from further away. They flow out with every movement. Perhaps, Alba said, this will help. Aang heard the man stand up, and then felt extra warmth in the dawn air. There was the sound of combustion. The Sun Warrior Chief was going through a fire-bending drill. And Aang could feel that in the sand. Could feel the pressing of feet against the beach, the shifting of weight. He focused on the movements as conveyed by the sand and the heat of the flames above him, and let that enter the quiet space in his mind at the center of all his meditations. That's how he found the connection. It linked the chief to the other Sun Warriors around, and to a place a short distance away. 2 places, actually. Both high above the ground, but one much higher than the other. Both were cold. Aang opened his eyes. I know where we're going. Zuko wished he could have seen this all with 2 eyes, even if the place wasn't in its best state. Chief Alba and the other Sun Warriors were leading him, Aang, and Toph into what remained of their civilization. It was a massive complex of ziggurats, plazas, statues, and city buildings, all of it carved from ancient sun-baked stone. Zuko knew it had to be thousands of years old. There were places where the jungle had encroached that looked as twisted and ancient as any forest Zuko had seen. And yet it was also precisely formed, the stone cut and arranged in ways that even modern architects would have struggled to achieve, at least those that weren't earthbenders. But it was also empty. The place sprawled like a city, but there were no people in the streets, no lights in the buildings. At least King Toph seemed to be in a better mood, this morning. As Aang led them through the maze of stone streets of the ancient complex, Toph grinned so innocently that the expression seemed alien on her face. I gotta say, this place is amazing. The stonework is impressive enough, but then all that stuff you built inside it, wow. Zuko frowned. Inside? What does she mean? Aang stopped before a gate. We need to go through here. Chief Alba nodded, and stepped towards the gate, to a fist-sized receptacle built into the door. We have ways of keeping intruders out of our temples. Be glad you are our invited guests, or some of the spots you walked over would have opened up into pits of spikes. Aang's eyes went wide and Topha's grin turned sharp, but Zuko couldn't say he was surprised. They were the Sun Warriors, after all, so no doubt they were very good at defending themselves. And that's a fire-bending lock there? Fire temples still use them. Alba's eyes narrowed. Keep in mind, Prince Zuko, who the Sun Warriors would want to keep out. We have no problems with earthbenders or waterbenders here. There's nothing that would even interest them. Your Fire Nation is the only people in the world who could be a threat to us, who would want to take our treasures or destroy our wisdom. Zuko didn't know what to say to that. He had no objections, but it pained him that, even here, the Fire Nation was in conflict with itself. He didn't think of the Sun Warriors as something separate, but the feeling was apparently not mutual. Toph slapped his arm. You're learning a lot of new things today, Princey Pants. I guess you're a better student than I am a teacher, huh? Zuko pushed her away. He hadn't meant to insult her, last night, when he blurted out that she might be a bad earthbending teacher. He had just been trying to keep the Avatar from getting into a self-defeating mood. But feeling bad about saying something stupid didn't mean he was going to take her disrespect. Over by the gate, Chief Alba fished into a pouch that hung from his belt and produced a carved orange crystal. It reflected the light of the sun brightly enough to make Zuko squint, but he did see Alba set the jewel into the gate's receptacle. What would that do? There could be a button in the back of the hole, but Zuko hadn't seen any signs of such a thing, and that wouldn't be a very good security system. The crystal went dull, the light leaving it, and the gate began grinding open. What could? Come, Alba said. This is our most sacred temple. The ziggurat beyond the gate was the tallest Zuko had seen yet, with a massive set of stairs going up the front. It was too bad they had left Appa to find his own breakfast at the edge of the jungle. Alba moved towards the stairs, but the other Sun warriors remained standing. Aang looked back at them. "You're not coming." The warrior who Zuko had, accidentally, attacked that morning Hamgeo crossed his arms over his bare chest and looked at the ground. "Just because you're taking a tour doesn't mean we need to subject ourselves to what's up there." Alba didn't so much as glance back. It is too painful a sight for them. Zuko exchanged a glance with Aang. The kid looked appropriately apprehensive as they started up the stairs. Even Toph was quiet when they came to the top of the ziggurat. There was just a single structure up here, open to the air on three sides, with the pointed, golden roof held up by columns. The lone wall was carved with a flame-shaped alcove in the center, but the space was empty. To Zuko, it felt a little cold, just as Aang had said. Toph's voice low enough to almost be a whisper. "The space goes down. Deep. All the way below the surface. But something doesn't feel right." Chief Alba nodded. "This used to be where we maintained the eternal fire. But it went out, and soon our greatest seers were contacted by Prince Iroh in a dream. He told us that the Fire Nation had won its war against the rest of the world using the Agni Comet, and everything had fallen out of balance." Aang stepped towards the empty hearth, almost as though he was listening for something. "And what was the eternal flame?" "The sire of all flames. When humanity lived in cold and darkness, the dragons gave it to the first Sun warriors as a gift, and we have kept it burning since then." To have it go out. Alba's words choked off. Zuko could scarcely believe what he was hearing. "The first fire. You've had it all this time?" "Here." It was becoming harder to breathe. I don't believe it. And it's gone out." "The first fire. The gift from the dragons that had allowed humanity to rise above other creatures, to stand against aggressive spirits, to shape and build and explore and defend. Just as a person was given life by his or her inner fire, the Fire Nation had been given life by that old gift. It was the heart of civilization, second only to the sun itself. How could he feel such a deep loss for something that he hadn't even known still existed until after it was gone? Zuko had to sit down. He glanced at Aang and Toph, worried at the weakness he was showing in front of them, knowing that they couldn't understand what he was feeling. Except neither one seemed confused. Aang was merely leaning on his staff, eyes wet and sympathetic, while Toph had her head lowered so that her hair covered her eyes. She even reached out and patted his head. Zuko remembered the conversation that Aang and Toph had shared the previous day, about losing their homes to the Fire Nation. Of course they understood what Zuko was feeling. Maybe he was just beginning to understand them. Zuko forced himself back to his feet. "I don't think this is something that the Avatar can fix. The first fire can't just be brought back." Aang shifted his staff in his hands. "Yeah. My fire bending would just make my own fire. Oh, unless my Avatar spirit can travel back in time." Everyone was quiet for a moment. Chief Alba said, "I don't think so. But this isn't what I wanted your help with. This is just one of the symptoms of the state of the world. There is another symptom you may be able to relieve. Or, at least, Prince Iroh thought it worth a try." Zuko crossed his arms over his chest. "My uncle is wise. And we'll do whatever we can. But hopefully the only solution wouldn't be to somehow go into the past. The state of the world was proof enough of the impossibility." Alba nodded. "Avatar, do you know where you need to go next?" Aang turned away from the hearth to look out across the city. It was another high place. "Higher than this. But I don't see oh. Now I do." He pointed. Zuko followed the gesture to find the dual-peaked mountain that rose up beside the city. "Yes," said Alba. "We have a long hike, yet." Aang finally felt his heart lighten a bit as Chief Alba led them towards the mountain. It stood just outside the city, and although it loomed above everything else, it was no more than a day's climb, the sides conquerable with nothing more than a good pair of boots. The strangest part was the two peaks it had, one larger than the other with a deep gap between them. They almost reminded Aang of a dragon's claws. That wasn't what had Aang feeling better, though. To get to the top of the mountain, they had to pass through the part of the city where the Sun warriors still lived. Before they saw anything, they heard it, sounds of life carried by the humid breeze. Aang smiled at the sounds of chanting, a voice raised together in harmony. He didn't recognize the words, and so couldn't tell if it was a simple working song or a hymn born from belief and reverence. Chief Alba brought the group through another gate, this one left open, and beyond that was the last section of the city before the paths up the mountain. Aang looked around as he passed into the neighborhood of smaller buildings, excited to see. Oh! It was a funeral. Or, at least, some kind of mourning ritual. White linens hung from walls and poles and roofs, while people of all ages and sizes lined the streets and chanted. They were passing bowls of black powder around, each person taking some in hand and scattering it on either their head or feet. Ash, Zuko hissed. They're covering themselves in ash. Toph sniffed at the air. Fresh ashes, too. What's that mean? Zuko shook his head. I don't know. Ashes are considered to be filthy garbage in the Fire Nation. Aang was surprised at Zuko's lack of knowledge. But before he could offer the explanation he remembered from his visits with Kuzan, over 100 years ago, Hamgeo spoke up again. The Fire Nation has forgotten about ashes? What are your people doing out there in your fancy cities? Ashes are what are left after there's nothing left to burn. They are the physical substance of death itself. Chief Alba added, my people are mourning their own deaths. Aang blinked. Your people are dying? But you all look healthy enough to me. Alba shook his head. It is not the physical form that is the problem. The Sun Warrior culture is about to lose something at its very heart, and even if we survive in body, it will be the end of us. Death of the body will be a comfort. Aang traded a worried look with Zuko. Toph, of course, didn't meet his gaze. Finally, Zuko said, why would the Fire Nation no longer know the meaning of ashes? That seems like a weird thing to forget, considering it's in half our vulgarities. Toph perked up. Did you count them? Is it really half? Alba stroked his short beard. In my discussions with Iroh, I learned about the modern ways of the Fire Nation. I'm sure there are sages in some of your temples who know the truth, but the power of death is no longer a matter for symbols. The people of the Fire Nation live with death every day. The armies deal it out to whole cultures. Everyone knows someone who has died violently. The modern Fire Nation prefers blood as a sign of mortality. He gave a shrug of his heavy shoulders. Let's get moving. We need to climb the mountain, and it will take us most of the day. They passed through the neighborhood funeral, down streets dressed up in whites as the people dirted themselves with the stains of black ashes. The whole time they chanted, and now Aang could hear the mourning in it, the acknowledgement of a passing. His heart was no longer light as he set foot on the mountain. Zuko was grateful for the climb. It kept his body occupied, and gave him something to focus on that was simple. He made the climb into a kind of moving meditation, but unlike normal meditation which he had always had problems doing right, the climb was a task that he could measure and complete. He had to get to the top of the mountain, and every step carried him forward towards that goal. So long as he was moving up, he could put his mind into a detached rest. Chief Alba hadn't been exaggerating about it taking most of the day. They were only halfway up when the sun was directly overhead, at which point Alba called for a rest. The Sun Warriors all kneeled right there on the mountain slope, held out their hands to summon a ball of fire in each palm, and turned their faces up directly towards the light of the sun. Eyes closed, they chanted together, something faster and much livelier than the morning song. That lasted for a few minutes, and then they let their fires fade and broke out something to eat from their knapsacks. Zuko accepted bread from Hamgeo, and thought himself fairly restrained for simply glaring in response the man's taunt of, "Do you have this in the Fire Nation, or did your people forget how to bake, too?" Toph had laughed. As annoying as it was preferable to the noises the group encountered as they continued their journey through the afternoon. Screeches of a kind Zuko didn't recognize echoed over the mountain slopes. "What are those?" Toph craned her head. "Nothing I know. And I don't feel anything on the ground but us. So I'm guessing birds of some kind." Hamgeo spat on the ground. "They're not birds. They're parasites, and I'm not surprised an earthbender can't feel them." "Parasites," Aang repeated. "How does a mountain have parasites?" Hamgeo shook his head. "The chief wants you to see for yourself." But energies flow whether or not they are in balance. The balance only determines what can draw strength from them. Zuko sought his inner fire. And is that strength a threat to us? Hamgayo's face was a sneer. Don't worry, despoiler. We take care of the dead, no matter where they come from. Nothing up here can hurt you anymore. Zuko wasn't sure he could trust that, but nothing attacked them as they continued their climb. The sun was setting when they finally reached the top of the mountain. Alba had not led them directly to one of the two peaks. They had only reached the bottom of the gap between the points when they found a courtyard of smooth stone painted to evoke a blazing sun. A long set of stairs led up and then divided to reach to twin caves, one in each of the peaks. Alba gestured to the stairs. We are here. This is where the greatest secret of the Sun Warriors can be found. For now. He turned to look at the rest of the group, his face a scowl beneath his face paint. Know that we do not share this lightly. Avatar, your disappearance was a failure to uphold your responsibilities towards the world. Prince Zuko, your family has destroyed so much and hurt so many. And King Toph dash. She put her hands on her hips. Alba shrugged. We don't like to let outsiders up here. It's nothing personal. Toph smirked. It's good. Zuko swallowed his own discomfort with the reminder that his family couldn't even show love to its own members. Do you want our help or not? Let's get on with this. Aang took a deep breath and nodded. I'm ready. Then come, Alba said. He led the way to the stairs, and then turned to follow the right path. We shall visit this one, first. As they passed into the cave, they were assaulted by a distinctly sulphurous smell, so thick it nearly made Zuko gag. He recognized it as typical of volcanoes, but he didn't feel the same heat that normally came with active spots. Perhaps there was some deep vent with no escape except through this shaft. Then Toph gasped. Wow. Aang turned to her. What? She blinked, and then shook her head. As the tubby man said, you need to see it. I'm not going to ruin the surprise. It's not far, now, Alba said. He was right. Compared to the climb up the mountain, it was just a short walk down a sloping path to the dragon's lair. For that's what Zuko saw when the group emerged into a massive cave. The dragon's red scales reflected the light that filtered in through a shaft in the ceiling, casting a moving glow that flowed across the rounded walls as the dragon shifted its body to meet their stares. Zuko could tell that it was massive, probably even taller than the fire palace at full extension, and its whiskery head had the unmistakable look of age, of the same constant presence as the ruins of the city at the base of the mountain. That age was also visible in the dragon's clouded eyes. The whole group was frozen by its gaze, and for a moment Zuko's heart was stabbed by the fear that the dragon would burn them, or maybe just catch them all up in its massive jaws, but then it just snorted and lowered its head down to the floor near its head. The dragon rumbled, a sound almost like a groan beneath the echoing volume. It coiled further on itself, crushing its own wings in the search for comfort, its arms and legs left to poke limply up into the air. Zuko said, something is wrong with it. He caught Toph's wince, and she turned away from everyone else. Chief Alba just nodded. It is the same with the dragon who lives in the other cave. They are the last dragons in the world, the masters who have guided the Sun Warriors for generations as we refined and passed on our fire-bending ways. They are Ran and Sha, older than time. And they are dying. Chapter 52, Dust to Dust. The explanations started in the first dragon cave, and extended into their walk across the bridge to the second. Aang, for his part, could scarcely believe what he was hearing. The Fire Nation killed off all the dragons. Mai said they weren't around anymore, but I didn't think their own friends had hunted them down. As he spoke, the group passed into the second cave. It, too, smelled like an active volcano, but now Aang thought he recognized something else, a scent of age and dwindling life. But maybe he was just imagining that. As they moved deeper, beyond the easy reach of the setting sun, Zuko said, "You've seen an Agni Kai and completed an Agni Buddho Kai." The unscarred side of his face was covered in the shadow, leaving visible only his old burn and the patch covering his missing eye. I'm sure you can believe that eventually a firebender would want to test himself in a duel against a dragon. Aang could, but it wasn't a pleasant image. And that didn't end really bad for the firebenders. Zuko shrugged. There's a reason defeating a dragon made the winner a legend. Victory even bestowed the lifelong title of dragon. Toph snorted. Now, instead of dragons, you have weapons. That's what passes for progress around here, I guess. Oh, wait, didn't that old weapon lady have a dragon title? Zuko nodded. Lady Caldera Ugaril, the Seeing Dragon, and Weapon of the Fire Nation. She and my uncle are the last living dragons. Aang blinked. Prince Iroh. Yes. He is the dragon of the north. A false claim, Chief Alba spoke up. He was the only one of the Sun Warriors to come with them into the caves. Iroh came here long ago to find and fight the last dragons, but instead the masters showed him the true way of the flame. He withdrew his challenge to them, and kept the secret of their survival. Aang wanted to ask for more details, especially when that had all happened. It made Iroh sound good, but everyone said he hadn't left the North Pole since conquering it. So had he been good when he was fighting a war against the Northern Water Tribe? Before Aang could ask, they reached the end of the tunnel and emerged into the lair of the second dragon. He was surprised to find that, although similar in appearance, this one was a deep blue, like the late summer sky above the southern air temple after a rain. The color made this dragon all the more impressive to Aang, giving a fresh focus to its size and strength, the majesty of its wings and the wise air of its whiskers. Even its miserable pose, sprawled across the cavern floor like a feverish child who couldn't get comfortable, couldn't take away from the impact of its appearance. It happened just after the Agni comet came, Chief Alba finally said. Zuko flinched. You keep calling it that. Don't you mean Sozin's comet? Alba scowled and made a sign in the air. That Ciegata did not create or discover the comet. It is the purest expression of the Agni warrior's power, and so it is and shall always be the Agni comet. Zuko dipped his head. Fair enough. So, wait, Toph said, the comet that makes firebenders more powerful poisoned the dragons. Alba shook his head. The masters were empowered by it. They participated in the comet ceremony along with the Sun Warriors, and it was a joyous experience for all. But when we returned to our city, we saw that the sire of all flames had gone out, and the next morning, when supplicants arrived at the top of the mountain to ask the masters for guidance, they would not emerge from their caves. That was the beginning of the fading. Aang summoned a wind to carry him down to the floor of the cavern, floating along the shaft of waning sunlight that stabbed down from the hole in the ceiling. He landed next to the blue dragon's head, and while its eyes twitched to look at him, it didn't otherwise move. This close, it was even more intimidating. Its size was so real that it almost felt like a threat. But those eyes were old and wet and suffering, so Aang reached a hand out and placed it on the dragon's snout. Then he breathed in, breathed out, and felt for the substance of the dragon that existed beyond its physical form. Unlike with Chief Alba, that morning, it was easy to find the dragon's spiritual energies. It turned out that the dragon was mostly spiritual energies. What Aang felt was the greatest, most pure glow, a beacon in the world beyond sight. The connection it had with a similar beacon nearby that must be the other dragon, the red one, was so intense they almost felt like one being. But that wasn't their only connection. In fact, Aang couldn't even begin to count the paths their energies charted across the world. The persistent Linghun energy of the dragons connected to the mountain, to the morning sun warriors in the city, to the tips of various temples, and out to points far away. Following those paths, Aang felt like he was standing at the tip of the Axis Mundi, looking down from the ultimate mountaintop at the whole rest of the world. The connections spread across the seas to what Aang realized was the rest of the Fire Nation. They even continued on over the vast oceans, to what must be the Earth Kingdom and Water Tribes. They encompassed the whole world, terminating in so many points they might as well be infinite. Aang followed the trails of some of the closest and found warmth. It took him a moment to realize he wasn't experiencing a metaphor, there really was warmth and light of a physical nature at the end of those Linghun lines. The dragons were connected to fires. All fires. Torches, campfires, home hearths, cooking ovens, mechanical factories, candles, wildfires, lightning storms, forges. But even all of that couldn't account for the number of connections. There were thinner lines that didn't seem to end with much of anything, just old winds that might have been memories. That's when he realized how ancient the dragons were. Because those ghostly points, those places where he couldn't find anything, now were fires that had long ago gone out, forgotten and lost to the world by all but the dragons themselves. Their physical forms were old, but their spirits were so pure that they transcended age. Perhaps that was how Guru Puthik had lived so long, before Ain had failed to save him from a firebender. But the Guru's energies, his chi and his linghun that bound him to the rest of the world had felt more solid. The dragons, by contrast, were tattered and growing more worn by the second. Immersed in the world beyond the physical, Ain followed the shredded motes of linghun energy that broke off to waft and fade in the ether. They trailed down the mountain, pooling in spots where Ain could feel great history from ages long forgotten, and it was there that he encountered something else. There were other things living on this mountain, things like the Pixio that the Guru had worked to save, things that were called monsters by people who didn't understand. They had no physical form, but still existed in the physical world and interacted with its elements. And these creatures were eating the drifting motes of the dragon's lost energy. That's when Ain remembered what one of the Sun Warriors, Hamgeo with raspy voice and long ponytail, had mentioned on the journey up the mountain: parasites. He opened his eyes and stepped back from the dragon. There are parasite spirits on the mountain eating the dragon's energy. He shuddered, and pulled a wind to cradle and lift him. His jump took him back up to the ledge by the cavern's entrance, where his friends waited. Chief Alba crossed his arms over his chest. Are the parasites hurting the dragons, Avatar? Ain thought about it, and then shook his head. I don't know much about linghun energy, but unless we can find a way to keep the dragon's spirits from fading anymore, I don't think it matters what happens to the energy itself. Zuko stepped forward. Will making Uncle into the Fire Lord save them? Maybe if we get him on the throne soon. I don't think so. Fire Lord Ajalon has been in charge for a while, right? Ain took a moment to sigh, because he didn't like what he had to say and wanted to put it off, even just for another moment. Is that why my side so much? The dragons only got sick after the war ended. After the Fire Nation won by using the comet to destroy so much of the rest of the world. And the dragons are connected to every fire, past and present. Toph winced. Oh. Zuko looked back and forth between Aang and Toph. What? What do you mean, connected to fires? Aang sat down on the ledge, resting his gaze on his knees. It's something I learned from a guru who was a friend to my people. He said that everything is connected. He couldn't help but remember the funeral pyre he had helped to make for Guru Puthik. Had the dragons felt that fire, felt the passing of such wisdom, felt Aang's failure. It's like how I found the empty hearth of the first flame, and these caves up here, just from touching Chief Alba. Our emotions create links of spiritual energy, but it can go so much deeper. And the dragons were a part of fire itself. Yes, Alba said. Fire is life. Aang nodded. Except fire, and the comet, was used to destroy so much on the day of the comet. The Ashlands were created, and all the bad energy from 100 years of war was allowed to flow out like a flood. And the dragons dash. The comet ceremony, Alba hissed. Aang rested his head against his knees. The dragons felt it all. It hurt in the part of them that gave such long life. And now they can't take life from that, anymore. He didn't want to give voice to the final conclusion, but the silence left him no choice. And it was his duty as the Avatar to tell the truth about this. He had followed the connections of the dragons all the way to the Ashlands, and had felt the death there. I can't save the dragons. Nothing can. The old world died, and the dragons were too much a part of it. I can't help the dragons any more than I can bring back Ba Sing Se. Or Omashu. Or Jailing. Or any of it. What's lost is lost. Forever. Toph didn't like how depressing this whole jaunt had become. They spent the night at the top of the mountain, since the walk down would have taken too long. Of course, Toph could have easily moved them all down on a sled or something else a lot faster than everyone's sore feet, but she didn't want a repeat of her last incident with the Holy Mountain, back when she was campaigning to be Earth King. Besides, she didn't like the idea of these parasite spirits that everyone was talking about, especially since they were invisible to her Earth sense. So instead everyone slept under rock tents that Toph had made for them while she tried not to feel the vibrations of the dying dragons as they shifted around in their caverns. It was really stupid that the Fire Nation had killed almost all of their dragons. It was like picking a fight with a badger mole, painful enough that no one was going to be happy by the end, no matter who won. On the other hand, Toph could at least appreciate that she'd never have to deal with firebenders riding flying dragons into battle. She hated fighting things that could fly. But it was Aang she was really worried about. She thought she might have heard him crying, in those moments when she nearly drifted out of sleep. The next day, going down the mountain proved to be easier than going up, and they returned to the ancient city in the afternoon. Once again, the Sun Warriors were doing their thing with the chanting and the dusting themselves with ashes. Now that she knew about the dying dragons, the whole thing made a bit more sense, but not by much. She understood that the Sun Warriors were too few to go to war with the rest of the Fire Nation. It was important to wait for the right moment, but it was also important to listen for that moment. So while Aang and Zuko brainstormed with the chief and his advisors about what they might do about the dragons, Toph went exploring. Most of the Sun Warrior city was empty. The Sun Warriors themselves were clustered in a modest residential complex where they lived communally, all of it about the size of a modest village. The rest of the city was temples and buildings that no one seemed to bother with. Maybe the people only visited at certain times, or the usual visitors were too busy wailing about dying dragons. The automated traps were still set and ready to kill intruders, so it wasn't like the temples were completely abandoned. Aang had described, on the way down the mountain, what he had felt when he did his glowy thing up in the dragon cavern. Toph knew he had glowed because even her blind eyes could tell the difference between light and dark, and the glow she had detected was the color of her mother's singing, whatever color was. He explained how he had sensed connections to people and fire and whatever. And to some of the temples. Toph was in one of those now, a ziggurat with a big room at the top. There was some kind of lock on the door, similar to the gate Chief Alba had opened the day before with a crystal, but Toph had used her earth bending a new door in the wall. The room inside was ringed with some impressively detailed statues that seemed to demonstrate a series of forms, but Toph was more interested in the hidden switches in the floor. From how it felt, anyone who copied the forms would naturally press down on the switches with their feet and eventually get a prize for not screwing anything up. Pretty clever. Toph went ahead and used a hand motion to trigger the final switch deep in the floor. The circular center of the room shifted and slid to allow a pedestal to rise up. Yeah, they definitely hadn't expected any earthbenders to come poking around here. Toph decided to take that as an open invitation to do whatever she wanted, like, say, take the big metal oblong ball from the top of the pedestal. There was a trap on it, a very small lever under the ball that would pop up when there was nothing holding it down. Before Toph took the ball, she took the lever and the stone mechanisms underneath it into her control, and fused them into a solid structure. She could restore it when she was done grabbing stuff. Her fingers revealed a smooth surface in egg-like shape, with only a few carved decorations on the sides breaking up the curve of the surface. A quick lick revealed that it was made of gold, or at least coated in it. The object wasn't heavy enough to be solid gold. So was this thing what Aang had sensed? People didn't put just any junk on hidden, booby-trapped pedestals. So she brought the golden egg statue back with her. Her earth sense revealed that Aang and Zuko were still sitting around with Alba and the wise men in the chief's home, talking more about some way to maybe do something about the dragons. She walked right into the room. The Sun Warriors didn't do guards, apparently, and hoisted her prize. Hey, is this important? The choking sound that Chief Alba made told Zuko that, yes, what King Toph was holding above her head was indeed important. Zuko couldn't keep the snap out of his voice as he said, "What are you doing? Do you think you can just grab whatever you want? Honestly." Her head turned towards him, but not her gaze. Yeah. Zuko couldn't hold back a growl as he got up and took the golden treasure out of her hands. Stop messing around. This is all very serious, and he trailed off as he focused on the thing he was holding. It was warm, as might be expected of any metal that had been under the sun, but there was something strange about it. There was a deep warmth that made it feels almost alive. In a manner of speaking. With a sigh, Chief Alba got to his feet. Aang did as well, coming over to look at the treasure in Zuko's hands, but Alba maintained his distance. What you're holding is the egg of a great dragon. Aang's burst of, "What?" echoed Zuko's own shock. There might be more dragons, after all? But Alba's painted face was downcast. Normal dragon eggs are exactly like they sound. An untrained eye could mistake them for the eggs of large birds. Aang nodded. I've seen them. One time, me and my friend Kuzan, it isn't important. What about this kind of egg? Sometimes, dragon eggs do not hatch. The dragon inside is not strong enough to emerge at the right time, or its life force fades before it is even born. In those cases, the dragon would normally die, but among the teachings we Sun Warriors received with the gift of fire, there was a technique to help such dragons. The egg is cast in gold in a ceremony by holy ones who command the healing flames, sealing both the dragon and invigorating energies inside. The egg is then given time, perhaps centuries, in one of our temples. Toph grinned. That's where I found this one. Zuko groaned. You messed up the egg, didn't you? You weren't supposed to take it out of the temple. Toph snorted. No more than Aang broke his avatar spirit. Right. Zuko felt the avatar's hands on his shoulders. Let's calm down and listen to the whole explanation. Chief Alba doesn't seem too upset. When Zuko looked over at him, Alba simply shrugged. A little time doesn't matter. We are talking about a centuries-long process, here. And that egg is more or less ready. But it makes little difference, now. The only way to hatch the egg is by placing it in the sire of all fires and summoning the masters down from the mountain. No other fire will do. Once the gold is soft enough, it melts away to reveal the egg within, and then the dragons take it from the first fire and cradle it until it hatches. The emerging dragon is a great dragon, one with a special spiritual nature. We release them into the wild to find their destiny, but it is always of great significance to the world. We think the masters themselves are great dragons who were born in such a way. Aang's shoulders slumped. And now without the masters or the first fire, that won't be happening again. Alba nodded. I do not know what will become of the eggs. The Sun Warriors will have to convene our wisest to discuss it. Zuko looked down at the egg in his hands, taking in the sight with his good eye. A dragon was asleep in here, but might never get the chance to emerge. Would it sleep until the final flame, when the world was given over to fire to be burned away and reborn? Might the final flame allow this unborn dragon to finally emerge? Zuko couldn't imagine anything lasting that long. They brought the egg with them to dinner. For every meal, the Sun Warriors gathered in a massive hall and shared their food. Some sat at low tables, while others just reclined in groups on rugs. Aang and his friends had joined the chief and some of the other leaders, but it wasn't a very happy gathering. Everyone was still stained with the ashes of mourning for the dragons. The food was plain fare that offered sustenance without much else. Aang could deal with that, especially knowing about the dragons, but when he went to visit Appa, he resolved to get some apples out of the supply packs. Appa had been waiting at the outskirts of Sun Warrior City since that first morning, and when he saw Aang, he bounded forward and offered a big lick as a greeting. Aang laughed. I'm sorry I was so busy. They have a real problem here, and I've been trying to help. He went over to the supply packs they had left behind, and unlatched one with a supply of apples. He tossed one to Appa, and scooped up a bunch more in his arms. I haven't been doing a very good job with it. The last dragons are going to die, soon. It was strange to say such a thing to Appa. He was the last Sky Bison, and when he left the world, it would be another permanent loss. The Sky Bison had taught the air nomads how to airbend. The dragons had taught the Sun Warriors how to firebend. Aang sighed. I hope the original earthbenders and waterbenders are doing okay. A voice emerged from the jungle to say, the badger moles are doing great. Thanks for asking. Toph stomped into the clearing and went right over to pat Appa's nose. I don't know what the first waterbenders were. Probably fish. So, you ready for an earthbending lesson? Aang couldn't hold back a groan. Great, another thing I can't do. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Toph took an apple out of Aang's arms and held it out for Appa to snatch. Zuko was right, I'm not a great teacher. And you're pretty bad at earthbending, so things really aren't working out. Aang bowed his head. I'm sorry. Toph frowned, and then leaned over and slapped his chest. Ow. She nodded. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You don't think of yourself as strong. I didn't hit you that hard, but you're whining about it. And you're the Avatar with all that power and junk, but you can't make yourself move a few grains of sand. It's ridiculous. I bet there are wise and fancy earthbending masters out there who could see what's wrong with you and then say something wise or poke you in the right direction or something, but I just want to shout and insult you. Aang gave the remaining apples to Appa. I don't want to be yelled at or insulted. I know. Toph threw her hands into the air. That's why we have a problem. So you think I should find another earthbender teacher? No. Toph let her arms drop to her sides, and she tilted her head. She wasn't quite looking at him, but he could tell that he had her attention. Like it or not, I'm what you have, and you can't keep learning firebending without learning earthbending. You're acting as the Avatar, and you need to know the elements you're supposed to be fighting for. Aang blinked. So, what do we do? Toph stepped over to him, grabbed his shoulders, and shoved him down into a kneeling position. Aang cried out, because she wasn't gentle about it, but before he could ask what she was doing, she was kneeling in front of him. She leaned forward so that their foreheads were touching. Aang blinked. It was weird, being this close to someone. Toph sniffled. Everything is connected. He could feel the resonance of her words through her skull. You said that before? Aang had to keep from trying to nod. I did. And it is. Her lips twitched in a smile. So even though they're different elements, earth and fire must be connected, too. The Fire Nation made the Ashlands in the Earth Kingdom, and you said that the Ashlands are what are hurt the dragons. That's right. So I got to thinking about those eggs. The way she said the word made it feel especially resonant in how they're supposed to be put in that first fire that went out. And how I felt something wrong in the ground beneath that temple. Aang couldn't quite see the shape of what she was saying, yet. In a lot of ways, he was more blind than she was. Where are you going with this? I don't think you can save the dragons. That's not why you needed to come here. You need to find a way to help the Sun Warriors survive this. I think you need earthbending to do that, and I have an idea to use its connections to help you learn it. She leaned back so that their faces were no longer touching. Just now, you could hear my words, but you could also feel them, right? That's how you need to find your earthbending. Feel it in a different way. It sounded wise, but like a lot of what Monk Pasang had used to teach, the practicalities were escaping Aang. What do you mean? Toph explained her idea. And Aang saw a way to make it work. Zuko had gone to bed before Aang and Toph came back from their visit to Appa, and even though he always woke up with the dawn, he somehow found his sleep being brought to an end by a small, smelly, dusty, calloused foot mashing his face. He grabbed the foot as he opened his eye, and found himself with a handful of King Toph. His little guest room was still dark, the only light coming in through the windows from the moon, but her dull eyes still found a way glint. Zuko shoved her foot away. What do you want? Aang poked his head out from behind Toph and said, Good morning. Almost. I have an idea, and need everyone's help. Zuko rubbed his face and reached for his eye patch. And this couldn't wait. Aang shrugged. We have a lot to organize, and we can only do it before the dragons die. That shook off the last of Zuko's sleepiness. He pushed himself to his feet. What do you have in mind? So Aang explained what he and the Little Earth King had come up with during the night. Zuko was skeptical, admittedly, but not so much that he didn't think it worth a try. So as the sun rose, they went off to find Chief Alba and once again run through Aang's idea. Alba's face didn't move through the whole explanation, and when they finished, he let out a massive sigh. I almost can't bring myself to hope. Truly, Avatar, do you think this will work? Zuko hadn't seen Aang looking so confident since they started on this side trip. The boy's eyes were steady as he nodded and said, I feel it. And that's even more important. Zuko thought it his duty, as a firebender and prince, to add, I trust the Avatar's feelings. I've seen him do things that I can't even begin to understand. If anyone can find a way forward in this, he can. He ignored Aang's grateful smile and Topha's approving nod. More explanations and planning followed, as with the chief's backing they met with the various leaders and sages of the Sun Warriors. There were plenty of logistics to work out, and of course everyone wanted a chance to ask the Avatar how sure he was of the whole thing. Aang never wavered, and Zuko continued to support him. The whole rest of the day was given over to spreading the word to the rest of the Sun Warriors. Everyone, from the oldest grandfather to the youngest girl, had to be informed. Anyone old enough to firebend had to be included. Zuko was surprised when he and Hamgeo were sent to speak at what he was told to be the youngest class of firebenders, and he walked into a plaza to find a group of children too young even to be taught to read. Zuko blinked at them. "They're so little." Hamgeo snorted. "What age does your people consider appropriate to begin teaching firebending?" Zuko still hadn't come to like the man at all. "Well, we usually wait to confirm that a child is a firebender at all before we start lessons. It helps to avoid wasting time." "Wasting time?" Hamgeo gaped at him. "You mean all your people aren't firebenders?" Zuko was going to try to say something truly insulting, but then he realized that the other man wasn't being sarcastic. "I know, not everyone the royal family is, but every Sun Warrior is a firebender." Hamgeo nodded. "As soon as a child can walk, we start them on the exercises. As soon as they can understand, we start telling them about the flames." Zuko didn't know what to say to that. So he turned back to the class, and the master who was leading them in some stretches. "Come on, let's get this done." Zuko was exhausted by the time the day came to an end. He wouldn't have thought that merely talking to people was as tiring as walking across the Earth Kingdom or fighting an Agni Kai, but he was proven wrong. Part of it was the struggle to convey Aang and Topha's idea when it was so far beyond his own understanding, but another part was the lack of friendliness he found in the Sun Warriors. They listened to him, and never showed him hostility, at least, no more than Hamgeo did, but he could feel their distaste for him and his home. And really, he couldn't say they were wrong. His family's war had killed the last of the dragons. Zuko woke up at dawn the next morning, this time thankfully not with a filthy foot in his face, and quickly dressed. As much work as the explanations had taken, the actual preparations would require even more. This time, Toph felt completely justified in using her earthbending to lift people up the mountain. When she had proposed the beginnings of this whole plan, she actually hadn't expected to figure so prominently in the build-up. She figured she'd hang around Aang, shout at people for him when he was being too much of a pansy, and maybe offer the occasional wise and sassy, or sassy and wise, word. But it took a lot of effort to spread an entire civilization across a mountainside, and no one was better at making the earth pull its weight than Toph. Camps had to be set up at waypoints along the mountain's slope, and she was needed to create shelters out of the stone. She put stairs where the old or young or weak couldn't climb, although the people in charge tried to keep the less capable down near the base of the mountain. There wasn't time for even the strongest people to fully scale the mountain, so Toph created sleds she could use to speed passengers up the slope. And then it turned out that she was needed for guard duty, too. As she was helping to set up one of the waypoint camps where a group would spend the night, a scream echoed over the slope. She realized that it wasn't quite human when a second scream, this one very human and panicked, followed. Several Sun Warriors broke off to investigate, but Toph was way ahead of them, skating across the dust on the mountain's surface. Some distance away, she found an old Sun Warrior man on his back on the ground, his trembles echoing through the ground as he tried to scoot away from something. Toph came to a stop beside him. "What is it?" She didn't sense anything else out here. And then the air was torn by a shriek that couldn't have come from a human throat, the same scream that had started all this trouble, a sound so loud that Toph nearly jumped out of her own skin. It was the same sound she had heard the other day, when Chief Alba had taken them up to see the dragons. Hamgeo had called them parasites, and said they didn't have a physical form. Aang had echoed the term, and said they were feasting on the energy remains of the dragons. Gross. Toph wanted to see one. A twist of her foot gathered up a good amount of dust, and she kicked it towards where the old man was pointing. Some of the motes flew on back to the ground, but most of the dust settled on a shape in the air, and she could at last see what she was dealing with. The thing underneath the dust had 4 limbs, like most creatures, but that was where the points of comparison ended. Toph had never encountered anything with this exact shape, but that made sense. Living creatures were the shapes they were because of the bits and pieces they had to hold together, and all those organs and stuff were there for a reason. But spirits? They could be any shape, couldn't they? Because it didn't matter to them. They didn't have bits that could be smashed. Their shape only mattered to the people who saw them. And what did some dragon-licking spirit parasites care about that? Toph snorted. Don't worry about this thing. It can't hurt you. But the old man was still scrambling away just as the other sun warriors arrived. One said, "What should we do?" Toph lowered herself into a horse stance, and a rising palm created a wall that would block the spirit from the view of anyone who had to rely on eyes. There you go. Now you don't have to look at it. If you find any more of those ugly, scary things, I'll hide them for you. And I won't tell anyone you were scared of something that's pretty much a big ghost bug. Even after everything was set up, all agreed that they would wait for dawn. Aang had dinner down in the Sun Warrior City with Appa, and spent the night on his buddy's big fluffy tail. Zuko was up at the top of the mountain, so he'd be ready to play his part in the morning, and Toph was somewhere on the slope, looking over the various camps. As busy as the day had been, sleep still wouldn't come. Aang looked up at the face of mountain and saw a new constellation made from scattered campfires and torches. Tomorrow, they'd be creating something similar, but far more orderly. Hopefully, it would be more than just pretty. The night passed until an hour before dawn, and it was like no time had passed at all. Aang woke Appa with some nose pats, and soon the two were flying up to the dragon caves. In the darkness, he could only just barely make out the movements of the waking sun warriors below as he swooped over them. When he got to the top of the mountain, to the last set of stairs and the stretch of bridge that connected the two dragon caves, he found the people there already in position, just as planned. Sun warriors stood in a line within arm's reach of each other, starting from the caves down the stairs to the plaza and onward to the slope of the mountain. Zuko and Hamgeo were waiting for Aang right in the center of the bridge. He jumped down to them and let Appa settle in the courtyard. Is everything ready? Hamgeo put his fists on his hips. Does the Avatar question the commitment of the Sun Warriors? Aang frowned. No, I was just asking if you're ready. Zuko snorted. I'm set to begin. Let's get to our places. He turned his back and headed towards the cave of the right, the one with the red dragon. Hamgeo made a sound halfway between a grunt and a laugh, and then headed into the cave on the left, that of the blue dragon. Aang, for his part, sat down in a lotus position at the very center of the bridge and closed his eyes. Then he reached into the beyond. Toph paused mid-step, her attention draining away from the line of sun warriors in front of her to the mountain beneath them all. The earth was resonating with activity, of distant movements and excited hearts and reverent whispers. There was also something else. The ground itself seemed to be awake, paying attention to what was going on and readying itself. Only an earthbender could have detected that, and only the best could have discerned the tone. Up at the top of the mountain, it had begun. It was possible that Aang was touching the spirit world. He knew it was possible, and although he had never tried to do it himself before, the nest of the masters was a sacred place with a special energy. Maybe he was more than merely focused on the aspects of the physical world that existed beyond the physical, maybe he was halfway into another world completely. He could sense Zuko and Hamgeo climbing down the dragon tunnels, to where the masters laid dying. He couldn't hear their words, but he sensed the sentiment behind what they said, the requests they were making. He felt the great dragons summon what might be the last of their strength, summon a part of their power that had sustained them for so many years. Even though he was far away, he felt the heat of the fires they breathed. It was a strange kind of heat, but then, Aang wasn't anywhere near it, physically. Perhaps the strangeness came from his distant observations through sliver of reality between the material world and the physical world. Or maybe there was something special about this fire. Zuko and Hamgeo both reached into the flames, and pulled the hearts into their hands. And then they both brought the fires out to Aang. As they approached, Aang reached out further for the connections around him rendered in mysterious Linghun energy, for the Sun Warriors lined up all the way down the mountain. He could feel them linked to each other, linked to the dragons. He could feel how the dragons themselves were linked to the flames that Zuko and Hamgeo carried. Time to complete the circle. Zuko and Hamgeo stopped on either side of Aang, held out their flames, and bowed. Aang stood up and opened his eyes. And gasped. The fires were a rainbow of colors, colors even that Aang hadn't known existed. Gazing into those flames, looking at those colors, was like trying to see the whole world through a pinhole. The beauty revealed was breathtaking, but also only a small hint of what truly was. Yes, Aang was honored to help preserve this. He reached a hand into each flame, remembering Zuko's lessons from the preparation for the Agni Budokai. He became one with the flickering of the fires, and so they did not burn him. But he wasn't here to firebend. Instead, he reached beyond, to the Linghun of the fires themselves. And then he closed his eyes again, took that Linghun energy in imaginary mental grips echoed by the movements of his hands, and reached out to a sun warrior, a mere child waiting at the top of the stairs. Hamgeo and Zuko helped carry the flames along, and moved closer as Aang brought his own hands together towards that waiting child. The two flames became one, and the sun warrior child reached out and took that single rainbow flame into hand. And Aang stretched the connection between the dragons and the flames to the child, creating a new link. But he did not tie it off, did not complete the circle. He left it ragged, left it unfinished, left it dangling in the ether. And so when the child passed it on the next sun warrior in line, the connection spread. And did so again when the flame was passed to the next person. And the next person. And the next person. The last dragon fire began a journey down the mountain through the hands of every single living sun warrior capable of firebending. Aang smiled as the sun rose behind him. He'd have to pick up Toph on his way back down the mountain, but there was no rush. The journey of the flame would not be quick. The important journeys, Aang thought, rarely were. Toph was ready and waiting when Aang and Appa came for her. She could feel the sun's warmth on her skin by then, and sensed the sun warriors nearby passing on the dragon flame. She could feel the care with which they moved, but also the hammering of their hearts as they touched this sacred version of their element. It made her wonder about the primordial mud some in the Earth Kingdom swore by, the mud from which the all-life had emerged to step onto stone. It was probably pretty nice mud, if it was still out there. Toph let Aang help her into Appa's saddle. So, all good? They're not still going to be passing fireballs to each other when the sun goes down, are they? It's going well. Aang's answer drifted on the wind as Appa started flying and he hopped over to his place on the bison's head. I think they might get the fire down to the temple by around noon, actually. When the sun was directly overhead. Toph snorted. Gotta love it when the symbolism works out all nice like. Aang didn't respond. He was probably too into this whole thing to be playful about it. Toph's only perception of their flight was the shifting of Appa through the air and a change in the feel of her own weight, but she pretended that she couldn't vividly imagine tumbling out of the saddle and finding herself touching nothing but rushing air. Thankfully, the flight was smooth, and soon Appa was touching down on the ground again. She let Aang help her down, and as soon as her bare feet met the smooth stone, her earth sense once again mapped out the Sun Warrior city around her. Just as planned, they were at the first ziggurat temple they had visited the other day, the one with the empty hearth. Toph waited while Aang retrieved his monk's spade from its place in Appa's saddle, and then they took the front stairs straight to the ziggurat's top, careful not to disturb the last Sun Warriors lined up along the climb, healers and sages, to the open room where the first fire had once blazed. Chief Alba was waiting for them, and nodded at their arrival. Avatar, Earth King. Is the flame being passed? Toph could feel Aang's excited vibrations. It is. And it's beautiful. Wait until you see it. Toph grabbed Aang by his shirt, and he dropped his monk's spade. All right, enough about pretty fires. You, Avatar Aang, have some earthbending to do. Let's go. She dragged him straight into the empty hearth, so that they stood on either side of the hole that extended deep into the ground. All right. So, first we need to just feel it. You're not going to be moving anything if you don't know what you're moving. And if my idea is right dash. There will be air down there, Aang finished for her. Air that feeds fires. They both sat down with the hole between them, and Toph leaned forward so that their foreheads were once again touching. Straight down. Can you feel it? She felt him put his hands down over the hole. There's air down there, of a kind. There's supposed to be fire up here. And there's earth all in between. Feel the path that goes down. She slapped her own hands down on the stone beneath them. The earth doesn't move unless you make it, but it lets vibrations pass through it. Follow them. Follow my voice through your thick skull and down into the ground. Follow your heartbeat. Fire, Aang said. It's like a heartbeat, too. Follow the vibrations your body makes when you breathe. Breathing is the movement of air, in and out of ourselves. Find what you know about those sissy elements and feel the earth, Avatar. I do, Aang said. I can feel it. This hole goes down as far as the sanctuary was tall in the southern air temple. I remember earthbending there, when I was in the Avatar state. Toph smiled, but kept her forehead pressed against Aang's. Can you feel the wrongness? Aang was quiet for a long moment. It's a blockage. A fire-feeding wind wants to flow through the earth, but the passage shifted and collapsed and now it's blocked. And that's, Toph barked, what you're going to earthbend first. And if you don't, this whole thing is for nothing and all the dragons and sun warriors will die horrible choking deaths. That would have been enough to motivate Toph, but Aang was a softie, and she remembered how he was on their first night on this island. Zuko had talked him through firebending easily enough, but the Avatar's flame had gone out as soon as Zuko suggested that he was a bad earthbender. Aang needed to feel good about himself, or else he didn't have the strength. Good thing Toph had strength to spare. You can do this. You're the Avatar. You've got, like, a billion past lives who are going to help you, even if you can't feel it. You've fought the Fire Nation and beaten up giant city ash monsters and manipulated a bunch of fire governors into helping you overthrow their leader. You earned the respect of the Sun Warriors and led them to a new beginning, right here. They all love you. Right, Chief. She sensed Alba's nod. You are saving us, Avatar Aang. We believe in you. And the fire approaches. Toph slapped her hands down on Aang's shoulders. This is your moment, kid. Show me your power. Let that underground wind flow again to touch the fire. Toph focused her earth sense on that blockage below. She didn't put forth her full earth bending, because this wasn't about her. She left that stone in a passive state, waiting for Aang, and as she waited, she felt it start to tremble. Come on. Come on. Aang groaned. Toph tightened her grip on his shoulders. The earth started to roll beneath them. You're doing it, Toph whispered. You're already doing it. There was a snapping below, and the little tunnel began to vibrate with the force of the wind now flowing through it. I think I did it, Aang gasped. You did. You're an earthbender, Avatar Aang. She pulled Aang up to his feet and out of the hearth. Now make room because when that air hits the fire it's probably going to really pop. Aang still couldn't quite believe that he was an earthbender when Chief Alba held the last dragon fire, that amazing rainbow ball of fire. Aang took it once again and it was just as amazing as it had up at the top of the mountain, but now, as let himself slip back into an awareness of the world beyond the physical, it might have felt a little heavier. That made sense. This fire had passed through the hands of the whole Sun Warrior civilization, and they had all added their own chi to it, had all formed a connection out Linghun energy. This fire was now the sum total of the Sun Warriors, something from the dragons entrusted to their care and made permanent in the light of the hottest sunlight. Aang released it and the underground wind, the natural gas that had been trapped beneath this ziggurat and closed off somehow when the Fire Nation burned the world, created a conflagration that filled the hearth of the first flame. The first flame was gone and could not be restored, but now the Sun Warriors had another flame to guide them through the night of this age. Aang would let them name it, let them find the most important meaning in it. He turned to Chief Alba. You can bring the eggs, now. Let's see if this worked. The fire healers who had lined the steps of the temple came up together, one of them carrying the golden egg that Toph had found. Aang retrieved his monk's spade and held out the shovel end out to receive the egg. He carried the precious cargo to the flame, and held the staff out to place the egg right in the center of the massive rainbow blaze. Then everyone watched. And waited. It was Toph who noticed it first, of course. The gold is melting. It's getting runny and melting off. Aang was soon able to see it. The gold's reflectiveness made it look like liquid rainbow in the center of the multicolored fire, running down to fill gaps in the floor of the hearth and bringing the carvings their dragons, of course, to a kind of life. Once the gold had finished running, Aang put his monk's spade back into the fire and pulled out the egg. The lead fire healers stepped forward, summoning his own flames over his hands, and moved them over the egg, never quite touching it, in a way that reminded Aang of Katara's water healing. The healer looked around at everyone and smiled. The life within is thriving. It is not quite ready to hatch, and we will have to keep it nested and protected until that day, but the egg is okay. Aang let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. As the healer took the egg from the monk spade's shovel, Aang looked to the hearth, to the rainbow fire that would hopefully burn there for as long as there were dragons and sun warriors, and maybe even beyond. It was a new beginning, in a way, but also a continuance. It wasn't a perfect solution, and certainly wasn't a proper replacement for what had been lost, but it was something that wouldn't allow more to be lost, and that was important. As long as the Sun Warriors had something, they could build new things and grow. A hand like solid rock slapped Aang's back. "Good job, Master Monk." Topha's grin seemed to lack its usual feral edge. "You figured out earthbending in a way to help the Sun Warriors. I guess you're a pretty good avatar after all." Aang gave her push. "Thanks to you. I guess you're not as bad a teacher as Zuko says." Her grin became toothy. "I'm going to tell everyone that I have the Avatar's official endorsement." Then she punched his shoulder hard enough to nearly knock him over. As Aang recovered his balance, he noticed Chief Alba standing over by the side of the platform, looking out from the ziggurat towards the mountain. "Chief Alba." He pointed. "There is a signal." Aang squinted, and through the glare of the noon sun, he saw a pattern of smoke clouds rising up from the peaks, from what must have been the courtyard between the two dragon caves. "What is it?" "The masters have breathed their last. It is truly a new era for the world." The next few days were such a mix of mourning and joy that Zuko was never quite sure how to react. He found himself adopting a strategy that Azula probably would have recognized: show nothing to anyone until prompted, and then give them what they wanted. It felt less dishonest than trying to sort out his true feelings. The mourning was for the great dragons, of course, and the joy came from what they had left behind. The Sun Warriors were calling the new everlasting flame the legacy of the dragons, and the egg that had been freed from its golden shell was at the center of everyone's attention. Chief Alba had decided that it would be cared for by different people, different families, based on petition. Those who asked would be allowed to cradle and warm it for a day and night before passing it on to the next caretaker. "It's hard to believe that this is part of the Fire Nation, too," Zuko wound up telling Aang at one of the banquets the Sun Warriors were holding. "I can't imagine the noble families, or even the various clans, sharing prestige like that." "I hope they can learn," had been the Avatar's reply. King Toph added, "I'd make a comment about that being easier than Aang learning how to earthbend, but, honestly, that's too mean even for me." Zuko resolved to take the lesson to heart, though. He wasn't sure how he would be able to use it, if at all, but if he had the chance, he wouldn't let the roots of Fire Nation culture continue to be forgotten. But all lessons had to end, and eventually it was time for Aang to return to rest of the Fire Nation, to the allies and enemies waiting for them. They left at dawn, of course. They had Apple loaded up on the shore of the island, and a contingent of Sun Warriors came to see them off. Chief Alba stepped forward and bowed to Aang. "Avatar, we thank you for all you have done. I ask one more thing of you: keep our existence a secret from the rest of the world. What we preserve here can only survive in secret." "Sure, no problem." Aang bowed back to the chief. "Thank you for sharing your ways and knowledge with us. I only wish I could have done more to help you." Alba looked to Zuko next, and didn't bow. "Prince Zuko, for your part in the Avatar's works, you have our thanks as well. I charge you with honoring what you have seen here by doing right by your people and element." Zuko, at least, offered his own bow. "I promise I will follow the path of my esteemed uncle." Alba grunted. "Feel free to do better, if you're up to it." While Zuko puzzled over that, Alba turned to Toph. "Earth King, it was an honor to meet you. Keep these two in line, please." Toph shrugged. "I'll do what I can, but things get weird sometimes." Alba chuckled, and then made a hand motion. Hamgeo approached carrying a golden box. He gave Zuko one last sneer before offering the box to his chief. Alba opened it, and held up the glittering necklace, blue and red flakes that captured the dawn light, linked by gold hoops that had been resting within. Avatar, please accept this gift. It is a prayer necklace, made from dragon scales. It will no doubt impress many in the Fire Nation, but I hope it will also guide your further explorations of the element of flame. Zuko's jaw dropped. Dragon scales. A treasure like that could buy a whole inner island. At least. Aang took with all due reverence. I lost my own prayer necklaces that I got when I became an airbending master. Thank you for this. He bowed again. Farewell, Avatar. We look forward to your continuing work in the world. Soon after that, Appa had them airborne once again, flying over the ocean to rendezvous with Suki, Mai, Sokka, Zhao, and the rest of the entourage on Ember Island. It was Toph, of course, who spoke first. Well, thanks for not embarrassing me, guys. I know it was hard, but you managed not to look like the losers you usually are. She lounged in the back of Appa's saddle, leaning against the boxes of supplies and opening what seemed to be a sack of dried fruit. On the other side of the saddle, Zuko held back a groan. We witnessed the end of an era for a whole civilization and the start of a new one. I've seen you commiserate with Aang and the Sun Warriors. Do you still have to throw out this inane sarcasm? Toph put on a smug expression that wasn't quite aimed at him. It's all part of being royalty, Prince Pouty. But I am glad I was able to help your people save something that they almost lost. I'll beat up anyone who tries to hurt my nation, but no one deserves that kind of thing. Zuko had only 2 words he could offer for that: thank you. They flew on, back to danger and hope. Chapter 53, Blood in the Fire. Even as High Sage of the Grand Capital Temple, it wasn't every day that Zingeo hosted a member of the royal family. Perhaps it presaged great fortune for him or his temple. More likely, it was going to paint a target on his back. No appointment had been made. Zingeo had been meditating in his chambers when his secretary knocked on the door and announced, "There are 2 men here to see you, High Sage. They have gold." Normally, the High Sage was officially too busy to meet with visitors, even those who lived here in the caldera. However, it was understood that a proper donation called for an audience in which Zingeo would express the thanks of the temple. So he got up out of his lotus position, wondered what was going to be served for lunch in an hour, and went to meet with these generous visitors. When he stepped out into his office, he recognized Prince Ozai himself standing there in a red and gold hooded robe. Then he recognized Piandao Hundred Slayer, standing next to the prince in a much plainer black robe. Zingeo was halfway back through the door to his meditation chamber when Ozai said, "Piandao, go stand outside in the hall while I speak with the High Sage. Be polite, but kill anyone who attempts to enter this office." Piandao was not here to kill Zingeo. Piandao was not here to kill Zingeo. Okay. Right. Zingeo nodded to his secretary. "Please go stand outside with Master Piandao. Do your best to keep anyone from causing our guests any trouble. Because the last thing the Fire Sages needed at this point was someone being stabbed to death in the halls of the Grand Temple. That was more something they did while Sozin still ruled." Ozai kneeled down on one of the mats that had been set out, and Zingeo settled on another to face the prince. "How might I be of service, Your Highness?" It was truly a shame, that incident on Zenmatsu Island. To think, a weapon-class citizen interfering with an Agni Budokai. Ozai's face was without expression. "I admire your integrity, returning my father's gold and lands to him in protest. I know the Fire Sages could have used such resources, especially in these times." "Ah. So this would be a matter of treason." High Sage Zingeo tried to smile. "Your sympathy is appreciated, Your Highness. Of course, I do not directly blame the Fire Lord for Weapon Heiyashi's terrible actions, but there are pressures that the temple faces, and a statement had to be made." And now this would be the part where Ozai would press on and try to convince Zingeo that direct treason against the Fire Lord would be in the temple's best interests. "Well, I admire your astute reading of the situation. So few would be able to navigate such a difficult position." Ozai shifted, reaching into one of his sleeves. And so I brought a gift, in addition to my donation to the temple. He pulled his hand out and held something up. The office was lit by fine gas lanterns, but the light they shed was dim and red, so it took Zingeo a moment to realize what he was looking at. It was a headpiece, a small crown meant to serve as the base of a topknot, with stylized golden flames on each side that rose up like wings. It seemed familiar, as though he had seen it before. In the few remaining images of Avatar Roku. That Zingeo's voice wouldn't quite work. Prince Oze nodded. It was among the belongings of Princess Ursa when she disappeared. It was originally a relic of the royal family, passed down through the crown princes until Sozin gave it to Avatar Roku. It is believed by all to have been lost when Roku died. Zingeo cleared his throat. Obviously, that is not the case. No. It is not. Oze placed the crown down on the floor between them. I give it to you, now. A secret gift. Zingeo realized what was truly being said. This was a lost relic of the royal family, something of great importance in history, a discovery beyond price or reward. If no one knew how it came to be here in the Grand Temple, it would be easy enough to claim that it had been discovered in some dusty corner or archive, or was spotted by a traveling sage in the possession of an oblivious peasant. There would be great prestige in restoring such a thing to the royal family. Even the Fire Lord would have to express profound thanks. No reward would be enough, the Fire Lord would have to owe the sages a favor. All unspoken, of course. Zingeo knew how the game was played. To have the Fire Lord in the temple's debt. Zingeo's hands shook as he reached out to take the crown. I thank you for this, from the depths of my inner fire. Truly, Prince Oze, this is the greatest generosity I have ever witnessed. The prongs of the crown reflected dully in the light of the gas lanterns. Beyond it, Oze was staring intently, and Zingeo remembered himself. There was no such thing as generosity. Surely, there must be some way to express my appreciation. Iroh is active again, Oze said without hesitation. The way he is using my son is unacceptable. The Fire Lord is exploiting the situation, putting my whole family in danger. I would consider it a great favor if you could assure me, High Sage Zingeo, that no temple will interfere as the royal family as we bring our house to order. So Oze wanted to make sure that the sages wouldn't side with Azulin or Iroh. Well, after their old political war, no sage of any real power would want to support Iroh, so that was no great request. The Fire Lord had been a generous supporter of the temple, so separating from him was something more worthy of the gift of crown, even after the mess with the failed weapon. But the best kind of gift was one that benefited the giver as much as the receiver. Zingeo gave a smile, this one easy and genuine. Your Highness, I can give you that assurance, if it is what you want. But it troubles me, greatly, how sloppy it was for the Fire Lord to bungle the matter with Prince Zuko on Zenmatsu. Troubles you. He let the Avatar win favor here in the Fire Nation, and left his own interference in the matter visible to anyone with eyes. And then there is the unresolved trouble in the colonial continent, which demands ever more platinum without any sign of progress. Too many matters under the Fire Lord's control are going poorly. Oze stroked his long chin beard. Some would say you are dissatisfied with the Fire Lord. But he has been free with his generosity to the temples. Zingeo shrugged. Azulin, while a friend to us, is clearly getting old, and even his advisors cannot keep things running smoothly in these times. They are obviously wartime advisors, not suited to foggier times. Iroh is probably a traitor, and the sages have never had much respect for him. But you, Prince Oze, you are clearly intelligent and subtle. Your generosity speaks to your character. You have worked to make up for your past mistakes. If the Fire Lord is old, and if something natural were to prevent him from ruling or, flames forbid, bring him to his final rest, then I think you would be a much better man to have on the flaming throne. Oze's eyes went wide, and his hand fell from his beard. Really, was the offer that surprising? Surely, the prince must have considered the possibility. He had displayed quite the ambitious streak, before Zuko's exile. But Oze quickly regained his composure, and bowed his head. You honor me with your words. I see the wisdom in them, and I will consider them. I have not yet finalized my plans. But I am grateful for your friendship. Zingeo bowed as well. Friendship was another important part of being high sage. Choosing who to offer it to was tricky business, but could be very profitable. And even the Grand Temple had to keep track of profits. My side. Ember Island. Ugh. Why couldn't the others be here to suffer through this, too? She was slouching with her elbows on the rail of the Earth King Tofa's steamer, watching as they approached the docks in the light of the setting sun. Zhao's navy cruiser was already moored, and she could see the commander directing his soldiers around the harbor like a little boy playing with toys. Suki came over and reclined against the rail right next to Mai. What's so bad about Ember Island? It looks nice enough. No big cities, lots of nice houses dash. And the most humidity of any island in the entire Fire Nation. It's impossible not to sweat buckets here. Mai straightened out of her slouch and stretched her neck. What's so bad about sweating? Sokka leaned forward over the railing to look at their destination, with Momo on his head copying the motion, going so far that Mai half expected him to tip right over. And why would having the benders here make it better? To suffer with me? Plus, Aang might be able to distract her from her suffering. Yeah, but I think Toph likes to sweat. It turns the dust she's always covered into something kind like clay or mud. And Zuko is too cranky to sweat. I don't even think he dash. Never mind, then. I hope the three of them off of Appa and drown somewhere. Not that Mai really hoped that. But why did Toph get to just blow off this whole stupid political tour and go with Aang and Zuko, while Mai was stuck here playing Eris with Sokka and Suki? Never mind having Zhao as a babysitter. I wish we could have gone straight to the capital. Sokka shuddered, sending Momo to find a more stable perch around his neck. I'd just as soon wait until we have some avatar power before we knock on the Fire Lord's door. Even Zhao seemed relieved that he was going to have his meeting with the military people here. Mai decided not to admit that it was a good point. She was in no hurry to being within spitting distance of Azula. Or Piandao. Or whatever other freak jobs Oze was collecting. But neither Sokka nor Suki needed to know that. By the time the ship was docked and Mai could disembark with the others, Zhao had procured a carriage for them. His face twisted as he laid eyes on her, as though he was in the process of trying to swallow a whole badger frog. Lady Mai. I see you survived the voyage from Zenmatsu. This carriage will take you to where you'll be staying. My soldiers and I will follow in a cart. And where might we be going? Not a lot of fortresses on Ember Island. No, you'll be staying as guests in one of the residences. Your hosts have no love for Azulin or Oze, and they are capable of guarding you. I will be staying with a contingent of soldiers in a boathouse on the grounds. Mai was going to ask if it was anyone she knew, but Sokka cut her off with a groan. Another guest arrangement? The last one didn't become enough of a disaster for you? Seriously, why can't Iroh just buy a house here of our very own and reinforce the walls with steel? I understand your concern, Zhao bit out, but this situation will be much more secure than what we had to deal with on Zenmatsu. There will be no servants on hand, here, and no other guests. You'll have to manage your own wardrobes, but I'm sure your safety is worth the hardship. He glanced at Mai, and some of his usual sneer lit up his face. Meh. As if she hadn't spent much of the last year living on the back of a sky bison. Why are we still here talking about this? Let's get going. She climbed into the carriage, and Sokka and Suki followed her, with Momo curling up on the cushion to nap. It was a longer ride to their destination than she expected, and it proved to be as remote as civilization got on Ember Island. The carriage followed a winding path through grassy, sharply rising hills. Beneath the twilight sky, she glimpsed vacation homes in the distance, so far away that it was easy to mistake them for one of the many rock outcrops that stabbed up through the grass. In this area, they weren't the small, clustered types that even your average noble family could afford on Ember Island. These were the isolated, sprawling places, the kind that had been in families for generations and could be sold for enough to buy a small island. But a place on Ember Island carried more prestige than a spot of sand in the middle of the ocean. The carriage approached the coast, a private stretch of dark sand beach with a pier stretching out into the surf. Sokka pointed out the carriage's window. There was a two-story structure at the closest end of the pier. That must be where Zhao is staying. That's, Suki said, a boathouse? You could fit a Kyoshi Island neighborhood in that thing. Heh, it wasn't even much of an exaggeration. Mai remembered being distinctly unimpressed with the construction on Kyoshi Island. Welcome to Ember Island, playground of the Fire Nation's elite. Although I have no idea why they'd want to sweat so much. No reason to build a boathouse just for your boats when you can add guest quarters, storage for all kinds of toys, and maybe a miniature spa so that you don't have to go all the way back to the main house to wash up and change your clothes. Sokka turned to her. You don't approve? I thought you were all about decadent luxury and putting your feet up on the backs of peasants and stuff. Mai waved the teasing away. If I had to learn use bushes for a bathroom, then I don't see why my old neighbors should get a break. Besides, I never understood the appeal of frolicking in wild water. Anyone who wants to get that close to nature should just have to deal with the whole package. Suki leaned her head out the window. I don't see the main house, though. Wouldn't Zhao want to stay close? Mai wondered about that. She didn't see anything else on this stretch of beach. Just a rise where the grass gave way to gray sand and the beach, crowned by series of rock outcrops that culminated in a massive blade-shaped peak. But as the carriage rolled closer to the stone, she realized what she was actually seeing. The path curved around the stone, and the carriage turned to reveal the mansion nestled behind the natural fortification of the giant outcrop. And it was an impressive mansion, indeed. Mai had never seen such a large home on Ember Island. The multi-story structure extended into 2 wings, and judging from the way it was all set off from the large outcrop, Mai guessed that the wings bordered a sizable courtyard in the back. She spotted plenty of walkways and balconies on the walls, but they were empty. No other servants or guests, Zhao had said. The carriage stopped at the base of the hill. So they would have to walk up the zigzagging path up to front staircase. Great, that would be enough to work up a sweat in this humidity. Zhao's cart came to a stop behind the carriage as Mai was disembarking, and 2 of his soldiers emerged with him. I'll set my troops up in the boathouse. You go on up. There's no need for me to make introductions. That brought Mai up short as Suki and Sokka got out of the cart, the latter carrying Momo. So I do already know them. She didn't expect that to be a good thing, most of the people who knew her wanted her dead. Zhao just smirked at her and led his troops across the beach towards the boathouse. Well, great. So, Sokka said. Are we delaying because we're coming up with a plan of attack? Because I left some of my most fatal stuff in my luggage. I wasn't expecting to storm a manor when I was packing this morning. Suki reached out to put a hand on Mai's shoulder. Don't worry. Zhao's just winding you up. He wouldn't dare cross Iroh by putting you in danger. Mai hated having Suki pointed out to her. And what if Zhao is an idiot who doesn't realize he's sending me up to room with an old school rival? Julai grew up playing with knives, too, from what I hear. Suki moved behind Mai and began pushing her up the path. Come on. Let's get this over with. Mai sighed and started walking under her own power, following the path back and forth across the rise until they reached the stone staircase under the front door. Sure enough, by the time she climbed the last step, a sheen of sweat had accumulated on her brow. The front doors opened on her first knock, swinging slowly to reveal a receiving hall lit by candles. There were wood paneling and beach murals and a nice carpet and no visible people. Sokka set Momo down on the floor. So, if no one's home, who let us in? Then 2 women stepped out from behind the doors, startling Momo and Sokka, dressed identically except for the colors of their robes. Their faces were hidden in the shadows of the twilight, although the bright blue and yellow of their clothing almost glowed in the candlelight. They each wore a pair of tonfa clubs on their belts. The women walked past Mai and the others, approaching the center of the hall, even as another 4 women streamed out of a side door in a perfect line with simultaneous steps. These 4, as well, wore the exact same robes as the other 2 aside from the colors. Green, purple, orange, and something like an aquamarine were joined by the blue and yellow to form a line of colors. All of them had tonfa at their sides. The 6 turned to face Mai as one, revealing themselves in the candlelight, but she had already figured out who they were. Tile Lin, she said to the one all the way on the left, Tile Lat, Tile Lao, Tile Wei, Tile Lum. Tai Wu. She bowed her head. Thank you for taking my friends and I into your, vacation place. Tai Wu, all the way on the right in the yellow robes, rolled her eyes. Haven't been keeping up with the news while you've been traipsing around with the Avatar, huh? Mommy sold our half of our factories in the colonies to buy this place, and then sent us all to get away from the stress of the capital or some junk. We live here now. Really, the old wolf bat couldn't look at our faces after we heard about Ty Lee. Mai suppressed a wince, understanding their mother without harboring one bit of approval. Although the hair was different, these women all shared a short, puffy style that most would have considered cute. Their faces were completely identical to that of their seventh, missing sister. Ty Lee. Ty Lee, who everyone in the Fire Nation thought to be a few fragments of charred bone in an Earth Kingdom ashland somewhere. Should she tell them about? As this is our house, Tai Lin said, we welcome you for as long as you need to stay, and guarantee your protection for as long as you're here. Tai Li loved you, Mai, and we will honor that love. Tai Lin reached to her belt, and took the pair of tonfa fighting sticks that hung there. Gripping the handles, she swung the tonfa so that the main shaft extended out past her fists, and she raised them above her head. The 5 other sisters did the same thing. Then, as one, they smacked their tonfa together twice, producing a sound that echoed through the hall like the rumble of thunder and sent Momo curling up around Suki's neck, and then they all bowed. Mai bowed back. We accept your hospitality. With me are Sokka of the Southern Water Tribe and Suki of Kyoshi Island. After a moment, they all rose together, and the Tai sisters returned their tonfa to their belts. Welcome, said Tai Lum. Tai Lui will show you your rooms. Tai Lat and Tai Lao can get your luggage. Tai Lin and Tai Wu can finish preparing dinner while you refresh yourselves. The colored lineup of sisters broke up, and Mai went straight to follow the one in the light blue robe. As they ascended a set of stairs to the second floor, Sokka leaned near her and whispered, they're septuplets, right? How did you know which one she was talking about? Mai glared at him. He better not embarrass her. She said Tai Lui would show us. I followed Tai Lui. Suki leaned in from the other side. Tai Lui always wears blue. Really? Even Suki? No, they like to mix up their colors. They just never wear the same colors at the same time. Sokka waved his hands. So, telling them apart. Seriously? I don't know, I just can. I guess it comes from knowing them for over a decade. And we're safe here. If they say we are, then we are. And don't mess with them when they have their tonfa out. Tai Li is pacifist of the group. That quieted them both. Finally, Tai Lui brought the procession to a stop in a hallway that had to be at the rear of the mansion, and turned to smile at them. We've had to rearrange things a bit to fit everyone. My sisters and I are split between these 2 rooms. Feel free to come in and borrow anything you need, unless it belongs to Tai Wu, but even then she'll only say awful things about you. So, business as usual, then. Thanks. Mai, you and the other girls will have to share this room here. You should probably save the biggest bed for the Earth King, since she's royalty. Sokka, is it? Tai Lui's smile grew wider, and she leaned forward. You get to have this room all to yourself until the Avatar and Prince Zuko get here. Lucky you. Mai glanced at Sokka out of the corner of his eye, and saw him smiling back with wide eyes. Typical. Tai Lui's eyes lingered on Sokka for a moment, and then she turned back to Mai. A message came for you about an hour ago. She pulled a scroll out from her belt, right near her tonfa, and held it out. There was a wax seal on it. When Mai broke the seal and read the scroll, her doubts about being safe here, even protected by the infamous tonfa of the Tai sisters, had returned. I'm being summoned to a meeting in town this week. Sokka and Suki exchanged glances. Sokka said, summoned by who? And can you bring backup? Mai snorted. Backup won't make a difference. I'm being called to a meeting of all the surviving weapons of the Fire Nation. Seems that I have to answer for Heiyashi's death. And I didn't even have the pleasure of stabbing her myself. Angela had been standing in front of the palace for an hour when Father and Piandao returned from their meeting at the temple. She could tell Father was distracted by something as he stepped off of the palanquin, so she waited patiently until he focused his gaze on her. Angela? Is there a problem? No, Father. I just wanted to inform you that the spices you requested have arrived. Father had said, weeks ago, that he wanted to know as soon as the special materials were on hand. Angela always did what he commanded. His gaze sharpened at the news, and he gave a slow nod. Thank you. We can finally get your brother back home. And our career. He began leading her back into the palace, while Piandao trailed after them in the proper fashion of a lackey. Angela nodded. The courier is on station and ready to go. I've also completed preparations for my own trip. Excellent. I have to thank you for all the work you've put into this. Your work, and your refinements to the plan, has been invaluable. Servants opened the tall double doors for them, and they passed into the Hall of Pillars, where dark columns representing the power of the royal family were adorned with golden dragons. It was an impressive sight, a sight Angela had long ago become so used to that she barely even saw it. My own task went quite well, just now. I am more confident than ever of our path. So the sages agreed to stay neutral, then. That was good. It would make their plans easier, and Angela wouldn't have to slaughter every single fire sage in the capital. That would be a tiresome task, and take far too long. She was brought out of her thoughts by some movement ahead. Li and Lo slid out from between two of the pillars. A step behind them, just like the servants he dressed as, came a stocky man with tattooed red writing on the skin of his face and hands Mutin, weapon of the Fire Nation. Angela came to a stop and raised her fists, letting her inner fire flare. She was still formulating immediate tactics when there was a whisper of sound, and she glanced to the side to see Piandao standing in front of Father with his hand on his sword. Mutin held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Li, or Lo, took a step forward. Prince Jose, it came to our attention that you were at the temple for a meeting. Lo, or Li, came to stand beside her sister. You so rarely leave the palace, we thought your return worth our personal greeting. Angela scowled. So the twins suspected that Father was trying to subvert their support with the fire sages. It was true, and apparently they weren't going to tolerate even a hint of action against them. Father stepped out from behind Piandao and gave them a bland smile. That's quite thoughtful of you. Did the Fire Lord have a message for me? It's been so long since I've had an audience with him. Li and Lo stared at him for a moment, and then the one on the left said, the Fire Lord has much that draws his attention. And the other one added, his mood is not helped by so much domestic tension. As they spoke, Mutin started walking, almost casually, around the twins. His arms were loose at this side, but his movements were positioning him into direct line of sight at Father. Piandao shifted to mirror Mutin's path, putting himself between the other weapon and Father like a good bodyguard. Angela kept one eye on the weapons, but didn't let them draw her complete attention. That could all just be a distraction from Li and Lo's true purpose here. The first twin continued, we think it wise if you have no more contact with the sages. And the other sister concluded, or perhaps you will find that you know nothing of the Fire Lord's worst rages. The two old women turned as one and strode away. Mutin glanced at them, but remained where he was as he turned to Piandao. You received the summons. Angela was surprised. His voice was softer than she would have expected of someone like him. Piandao relaxed his stance and took his hand off the handle of his sword. I did. Perhaps we can share a ferry. That would be agreeable. Then Mutin turned and followed after Li and Lo. At last, Angela dropped her own fighting stance and let her blood cool. That was a rather bold confrontation. Father nodded. They are not fools. Too much boldness at this level of power can be disastrous, but no action can be even worse. They understand the threat we represent, especially after what they tried to do to Zuko. I think, for all of our safety, we might have to do something about their level of influence, soon. Angela, Piandao, I would like you think on the matter. With a heavy breath, Father squared his shoulders and resumed the journey back to his rooms. The little group was still in the Hall of Pillars when Angela completed her task. I have it. Father looked over with raised eyebrows. Have what? A plan for permanently removing Li and Lo. His blank stare made her stomach flutter. Had she misunderstood his command? You said you wanted us to think on how to defeat them. That's what I did. Father blinked. So quickly. Angela could not lie to him. It is a topic I have pondered previously. But your news about the sages, and the conversation you just had with them, helped me finalize some important details in one of my plans. Father stared at her. Angela bowed her head. I'm sorry. I will continue to think on the matter. I'm sure there's another angle I missed. Father gave a laugh and reached out to put his right arm around her shoulders. I very much doubt that. You are brilliant, Angela, and I'm sure your plan is close to perfect. We'll discuss it in my rooms, and see if Piandeo or I have any additional suggestions. He paused, and then added, I'm always proud of you. You have one of the greatest minds in the Fire Nation. Angela bit down on her tongue to keep from smiling too broadly. Thank you, Father. I'm sure I inherited it from you. But he only gave another laugh as they continued on their way. Zhao rather liked Ember Island. He had never visited before, but the last few days here had proven quite agreeable. After being stationed in the South Pole, he enjoyed the warmth and humidity, and it was steeped in the highest level of Fire Nation culture. It could have used a bit more structure and a military presence, but perhaps that could change once he accumulated more power. Being appointed governor of the island is a reward for loyal service to Iroh, for example. For now, that service involved temporarily increasing the military presence on the island in a very specific way. In a rented meeting room in Ember Island's main settlement, Zhao looked around the table at the gathered leadership of the Fire Nation's army and navy. A dozen old men in dark armor seemed incongruous with the white walls and potted ferns, but perhaps that would shake them from their usual habits. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. I'm sure this business will be more rewarding than the last time we gathered. As long as one of us doesn't wind up stabbed by Piandeo, General Bujing growled, it will almost have to be. Wouldn't it, Zhao? Well, Zhao was expecting the matter to come up. Might as well get it out of the way. As you say, sir. I was sent word that Piandeo and Mutin won't be leaving the capital until tomorrow, so we should be safe enough, here. Admiral Lee snorted as he stroked his long, bushy beard. And are your people tracking all of the weapons of the Fire Nation? Lady Caldera Yumai is here on Ember Island, and who knows who she's working for these days. Ajalon has been fielding weapons to manipulate fire rites. Oze has been fielding weapons to outright murder people, and Ajalon can't or won't rein him in. This is madness. We no sooner finished the war than we're turning on each other, and we still don't have a handle on the monsters popping up across the colonial continent. Zhao nodded in acknowledgement of the point. Things are becoming more chaotic at a time when we cannot afford to be weak. So many thought our work was done when we won the war, but it has proven to be the start of a new bunch of troubles. General Shina leaned forward. So why are we here, Zhao? You offered us a chance for safety and power. I didn't leave the capital to gripe and visit the beach. But you'll visit the beach anyway, General Max said, Zhao waved the attempt at humor away. You all know or suspect who I represent. Prince Iroh saved me from Oze's killers by transferring me to his command, and I have been assisting him in bringing the Avatar to the Fire Nation. General Bujing smashed a fist down on the table. And yet you had us believing that Prince Oze was the one colluding with the Avatar and the rebels. So much for your theories. Zhao shrugged. I still haven't seen evidence that it wasn't the case, at one time. Oze has definitely been breaking laws. He wouldn't have had Admiral Chan killed, and tried to have the same done to me, if there wasn't something to my claims. But for now, Iroh has convinced the Avatar and the new Earth King that peace with him is worth more than any other alliances they might forge. Shina squinted at him. It's odd, how suddenly Iroh has gotten himself involved. We don't hear anything from him for years, and then he's sponsoring the Avatar's goodwill tour of the Fire Nation? What is he after, Zhao? Well, you all know Prince Iroh is eccentricities. He needs the Avatar's powers for a special project. One I can't disclose right now. And the reason was that Zhao didn't actually know, but he was hardly going to admit that to this group. Iroh was guaranteeing his safety and further pursuit of power, and that was all he needed to know for now. As much as he might prefer otherwise. He continued, and it's become clear, as Iroh has attempted to end the conflict created by Ajalon's hasty actions, that there is no true leadership left in the Fire Nation. Ajalon grows in age as he shrinks in effectiveness. He strangles the people at the same time he loses friendship with the fire sages. Oze committed crimes and killed his own countrymen, and then Iroh steals his alliances away without transgression or hesitation. I think it's clear that a new age is rapidly approaching the homeland. Li shook his head. You're not saying anything we haven't already considered, Zhao. Things are happening, that much is clear. But you still haven't clarified what you want of us. I see no reason to launch a coup against the palace. Oh, no, sir. I would never advocate such treason. Zhao hoped he sounded sincere enough. In fact, that's the beauty of my proposal. It involves no risk for you, beyond what already exists. Prince Iroh is on the rise, and will most likely be Fire Lord before the change in seasons. On his behalf, I simply ask you to support him, to continue to do your jobs with your customary diligence despite a change in leadership. To work towards the stability of the Fire Nation, no matter what happens. Biujing looked around at everyone before he spoke again. Are you saying that Iroh is preparing to return to the Fire Nation? Zhao offered his most polite smile. That is a good question, sir, and unfortunately matters require Iroh's continued presence at the North Pole. That's the main reason why he wanted me to speak with you. Should something happen to Ajalon, whether his health fails or he abdicates, the crown will pass to Iroh. Oze will have to be dealt with. And it would fall to you, and your commands, to steer the Fire Nation in Iroh's name and consolidate his rule. As soon as he can return to the homeland, he will, but until then, he would be counting on your loyalty and capability. Silence reigned across the table. It was General Mac who finally broke it, saying, I don't like this. Zhao motioned around the table. Hadn't we all agreed that it was our best course of action, the last time I met with you? Admiral Chan certainly said so. And now Chan is a pile of ashes, Li said. Back then, we thought we were simply removing a treasonous prince from power. Now, we know that the whole royal family is playing games and keeping secrets. We thought Iroh might be staying away because of some feud, but now he's making plans with the Avatar. General Mac is right. There can be no good end to this. To any of it. Not for us. Shinu nodded. I think we're all in agreement. I understand why you're doing what you are, Zhao, but I cannot offer any kind of pledge or support to Prince Iroh until I know more. That doesn't mean I'm declaring loyalty to Prince Oze. And, of course, I will always serve the Burning Throne. Biujing stood up. Well said, Shinu. Now, there should be one more ferry running to the capital today. I think I will try to be on it. Until next time, Commander Zhao. If you live long enough. The others rose and began filing out of the room. Zhao stood and watched them go, sensing that even a farewell wouldn't be entirely welcome. However, he couldn't say he was disappointed with this meeting. True, no one had thrown in with Iroh, but for now, their reluctance to take a side was good enough. Zhao would give it a little time, meet with some of lesser-ranking leaders in the army and navy, and let the general situation grow more dire until even Iroh's mysteriousness would look good compared to the alternatives. The Avatar's return, if he continued to win the civilian government to his side, would strengthen Iroh's position. It was a long, messy process, and Zhao couldn't say he enjoyed it, but without more empowering paths open to him, it was what he had to do. Besides, he had done his duty, but he wasn't exactly fond of Iroh, himself. The prince was simply the one who could keep Zhao alive, for now. But things change. Life on Ember Island was unchanging boredom leading up to a brief period of terror. But then, Mai hadn't expected to enjoy herself. While Zhao went off every day on errands for Iroh, she had spent most of the week waiting for Aang, Zuko, and Toph to return, and building her strength back up now that the stab wound she gotten during the Agni Budokai was healed. Ty Lee's sisters had been more than happy to spar with her, and Mai was grateful for that, as even a team of just 3 of them was definitely better practice than Sokka or Suki could be. In fact, Sokka and Suki had even asked the girls for fighting lessons. Mai knew they wouldn't be as good as even a single Thai sister without a lot of practice, but Sokka had managed to go a whole 5 minutes without conking himself on the head with a tonfa by the time of the gathering of the weapons. So he was obviously really taking to the style. The gathering itself was where the terror came in. It turned out to be taking place in Lady Caldera Ugarel's vacation home, right in the main settlement near the theater district. Mai had expected to have to go alone, but when she tried to sneak out, she found Sokka and Taiwu waiting for her in the front hall. Mai had stopped short when she saw them. There's not going to be a fight. And if there is, you two aren't going to make any difference. No offense. Sokka had shrugged. None taken. But you're part of the team, so even if I just go to confirm your horrible, painful death, then that's what I have to do. Besides, you know you love my company. Mai had sighed, and then turned to Taiwu. What's your excuse? We've never really been friends. Yeah, I know. Taiwu had scowled at her, of course. But you're our guest, so one of us should go to show you around or something, and I drew the short straw. So the three of them had taken a carriage to the main settlement. Mai's family had vacationed there a few times, staying as the guests of some of Father's co-workers, and she found that the town was fairly unchanged. It was still one of the more unique settlements on the Fire Nation, with massive ornate buildings sitting right next to random clusters of palm trees and little beaches. The few roads were wide, plazas linked open-air dining opportunities, and walkways snaked over the undulating landscape and through small patches of tame jungle. Mai hated it. The sun shined everywhere and it was like it had all been built to maximize contact with nature and other people. The carriage let them off at the edge of town, the roads in the settlement only permitting foot traffic, and so she, Sokka, and Taiwu had to walk to Lady Garel's house. I have to admit, Taiwu said as they passed into the theater district, I'm kind of jealous. Mai quirked an eyebrow. Of what? You're going to a meeting of the greatest assassins in the Fire Nation. You got picked by the Fire Lord himself as the best living warriors. Who wouldn't want that? Oh. Mai shrugged. It's just another job. And you're never off the clock. But you've been recognized as the best. My sisters and I have practiced our whole lives to fight, and nothing has come of it so far. But you and Tai Li did an Agni Budokai, and you got handed it all. Mai just sighed. Some people couldn't be taught. But Sokka piped up with, except it kind of ruined Mai's life. It's like when I was the smartest guy at the station in the South Pole. Smart guy here, feel free to take note. I got picked to do jobs I hated, and no one cared what it did to me because I was effective. Mai and Tai Li got used until they were used up. Much better to not be noticed. Especially by evil jerks. Taiwu rolled her eyes. You're cute, but you're really stupid. Hey, is this it? Are we here? Mai nodded. This was it. They were here. She waved for Sokka and Taiwu to stay in the street, and stepped forward to the open gate in front of Lady Garel's building. A private guard stood on each side, but neither bothered Mai as she stepped through, where a servant met her to lead her into the house. When she was brought into the dining room, she found that she was the last to arrive. Scattered across the room were the 5 other weapons of the Fire Nation. Piandao, kneeling at the table and sipping tea, his sword at his side. Bang Fei, sitting on a cushion and throwing nervous glances at the others. The disciple of the third eye, standing silently against the wall with arms crossed and eyes closed, the strange tattoo on his forehead smooth and glaring. Mutant of Lower Husin, ugly with his own excessive facial tattoos, kneeling at the table and reading a book as he rapidly mouthed something he had to be familiar with. And, of course, Lady Caldera Ugarel, their host, standing at the head of the table and nodding at Mai's arrival despite her large blindfold. Mai herself made 6. Heihachi was dead, and Tai Li was believed dead. Garel said, now that we are all here, we might as well begin. Mai took a breath and squared her shoulders. I didn't kill Heihachi. I was involved in an Agni Budokai when the Earth King dash. We know, Piandao interrupted. We don't care about Heihachi's death. The accounts are clear, and the Fire Lord is largely being assigned the blame. It is tragic, but hardly anything over which to get upset, in our line of work. Mai blinked. She wasn't being called to account. Then why are we here? Garel kneeled at the table and reached for the teapot, finding the handle without trouble despite her blindfold. War is coming, and since we will probably be the ones to have to fight it, I thought it would be good to get on the same page. Interesting. Mai approached the others as Geralt poured herself some tea, casting her eyes over them. So calling me out was a pretext. You didn't want anyone to know that weapons can actually get thoughts in their heads. I suppose losing our mystique would make the war go harder on us. Bang Fei shifted on his cushion. I thought we won the war. Mutin closed his book and put it down, then turned his tattooed visage on the boy. There is war and there is war. War was the crucible in which the colonial continent was purified and brought under the righteous yoke of the children of fire. War rages there still, on the unseen plane, as the spirits of the people transform into what the flames have always intended for them. The land of the sun is eternally at war, a war some call the way of the flame, in a beautiful cycle of strength and growth. That war is coming to another climax in its endless span, and that will spark a new war in which we will be the soldiers fighting for the cause of the future. Bang Fei blinked. Okay. I require clarification of some of that. Piandao set his empty teacup down. Put simply, tensions have been growing amongst the leadership of the Fire Nation, and that will soon erupt into violence, in one form or another. And we're so much easier to deploy here in the homeland than armies. Piandao is right, Geralt said. Lady Mai, would you like some tea? No, thanks. She glanced over at the disciple of the third eye, and found his eyes still closed. She wondered if he needed to see to shoot explosions out of his forehead. And, you know, there's a simple solution to stopping whatever war is coming. Just go on vacation until after the Avatar settles things. Piandao quirked an eyebrow at her. You would leave the Avatar's side. No, Mai suddenly understood what he was talking about. Those jerks. You're saying Aang is the cause of it all. Tall, silent, and stupid over there tried to kill him once, already. So did Heihachi. Geralt was nearly set up to kill Zuko, and probably had Aang on her list before we announced the Agni Budokai. Geralt shook her head. The Avatar was never a target of mine. But your point about Heihachi manipulating me into the Agni Kai with Prince Zuko is exactly what we're talking about. We will be placed so that we have no choice but to strike at each other, more often and with more danger to those around us, until it truly is a war. Lady Mai, you will defend the Avatar to the death, correct? Mai folded her hands in her sleeves. Well, you know, we hang out a lot. And he's kind of trying to fix the world. Mutin's eyes snapped to her. Speak not of destinies you don't understand. Even the Avatar must bow to the way, and for him to stand against the flames will be to fall to them. Mai fingered a razor disc. He performed an Agni Budokai. That means your stupid flames stand with him. Mutin's skin went as red as the text inked all over his face. The ground beneath Mai's boots seemed to vibrate. Not in my home, Geralt barked. Bang Fei, if anyone breaks the peace of this meeting, would you be so kind as to disable them? Bang Fei nodded. And there must be something we can do to prevent the greater fighting. Some of us he looked over at the disciple of the third eye, still meditating or something on the far side of the room. Some of our techniques are more given to collateral damage. Are innocent people of the homeland really going to die over all of this? Heihachi is already dead, Piandao said. He ran a hand over the handle of his sword. A soldier can be innocent, too. Geralt tilted her head towards him. Does that include the soldiers who came to arrest you for desertion? Piandao didn't so much as blink at her. Some of them, in all likelihood. And what had happened to those soldiers was right there in the name most people used for Piandao, Hundred Slayer. But that wasn't why Mai was terrified of Piandao. People called her cold and emotionless, and a lot worse, but she couldn't hang out with Aang for a few months without nearly vomiting at the thought of betraying him to Zuko. If Piandao felt anything when he killed, no one alive had a clue about it. Bang Fei stood up. So, what can we do? Heihachi being dead doesn't mean we should give up already. Piandao also got to his feet, and slowly made his way across the room. We can do nothing but refuse to fight. Those who do will certainly die. Bang Fei blinked. Why? Because the rest of us will be sent to kill them. But if we all dash. Piandao said, coming to a temporary stop, will not stand down. Therefore, If I am ordered do something about any of you, it will not matter if you refuse to fight. But you would have my gratitude for sparing me time and effort. Great. The most dangerous one of all was definitely ready to fight a war. Mai went over to take Piandeo's place at the table and poured herself a full cup of tea. Well, you've all pretty much guessed that I'll protect the Avatar, no matter what. Don't mess with him if the sight of your own blood gives you the willies. Mutin glared at her. You would stand against the Fire Lord? The purest expression of the great element alive. Meh. Great element. As if the guy wasn't, beneath all his weirdness, an earthbender. Still, Mai maintained some survival instincts. I never said anything about committing treason. Then she gave an innocent blink, or at least tried to copy all the innocent blinks that Ty Lee had given her over the years. Perhaps the obvious insincerity would make more of an impact. Mutin actually growled at her. Piandeo passed behind him, shifted his sheathed sword. And we have to consider the 9th weapon. Wait, what? 9th? But there are only 6 of us here. 9 weapons have named, starting when the Fire Lord called me to service. Ty Lee and Heiyashi have, unfortunately, left us. One is not present here. Geralt tilted her head. I have not heard of a 9th being declared. Who is it? His or her identity is unknown to me, as well as any specialties. I only really know about it because of certain clues I've seen in the palace. I'm sure Mutin has seen some of the same indicators. Mutin straightened his back and put his hand on his book. I am servant and bodyguard to the Fire Lord. Any information I happen to see is seen with eyes that do not belong to me, and the only knowledge I seek is that which brings me closer to heat and flame. Geralt frowned beneath her blindfold. He speaks the truth. Mai wanted to busy her hands with a knife, but instead made herself sip her tea. So there was another weapon, one who she couldn't see coming, one who wasn't even as social as she was. Hopefully, King Toph would be back soon. Toph was good at seeing things coming that no one else could. On the other hand, that would mean Aang would be back, and Mai wasn't sure that he'd be safe next to her, now. Bang Fei groaned. So there's nothing we can do? War is inevitable? We're going to have more people like Ty Lee burned for nothing? Then why are we even here? Geralt stood up. So that we can all make our choices with full knowledge of their impact. And so that I can pass on a warning the Fire Sages will be the next major disruption. Expect their interference in your lives. The Sages, huh? That made sense, given the trouble Heiyashi had caused. Piandeo finally stopped his pacing, and Mai looked over to find a little smile on his face. He bowed to Geralt. Then I suppose that concludes our business. Thank you for the tea and the hospitality, Lady Geralt. But I sincerely hope that we will not meet again for a long, long time. Then he turned and walked out. Mai knocked back the last of her tea. The next to move was the disciple of the third eye. He opened his eyes, and strode out of the room without a word. His metal foot clanked with every step. Mutin left next, throwing one last tattooed scowl at Mai. She held up a gesture that was 10% rude and 90% blasphemous, and his eyes went wide before he hurried from the room. Maybe she should take her leave before she kicked off a war right here. She gave a bow and goodbye to Geralt, and was surprised when Bang Fei followed her out, and turned to say, "Do you need something?" He actually blushed as he walked beside her. I understand that you're staying with Ty Lee's sisters. They have, refused my visitations. Could you pass on my condolences about Ty Lee's death? Mai gave that all due consideration. No. As they said, all was fair in love and war, and it looked like they would soon have a lot more of the latter. Chapter 54, Trusted Betrayers. High Sage Zingao of the Grand Capital Temple was not used to going out to meet people. People usually came to meet him. The whole situation was backwards. Also, the situation was going to destabilize the whole Fire Nation and maybe plunge the world into chaos. Backwards. Zingao sighed as his carriage rolled to a stop. He looked out the window at Lower Harbor City, taking in the scenery. It had been years since he'd last been here, years since he came down from the caldera to the home and workplace of those not quite good enough to be in the royal palace's shadow, but who were also far too good for filthy Upper Harbor City. But now even the residences and shops of Lower Harbor City seemed a bit more run-down, still comfortable and ornate, but covered in faded paint and marred by unsealed cracks. He supposed it was hardly an uncommon state of affairs in the Fire Nation. Their victory in war was not yet even a few years old, and already the paint was faded. The door to the carriage was opened, and Zingeo heaved himself down to the street. Two of the temple attendants he brought hurried to straighten his robes and hat, their practiced hands needing only a moment to have him looking almost regal. Taking a deep breath, he walked across the street to his destination. The central command building of the Fire Nation's combined military loomed ahead of him. The gates remained locked as he approached, and the eyes of the soldiers on guard duty followed him. Well, at least they weren't attacking. I require an audience with the command council on an urgent matter. He didn't bother mentioning that he didn't have an appointment, nor did he identify himself. The robes and hat of the High Sage of the Grand Capital Temple were more important than his name, here. Hopefully the history books would be more concerned about his name, and it would be a favorable recounting. The gate was unlocked and one of the guards ushered Zingeo and his entourage into the complex. Soon enough, he was seated in a rather nice office, not as nice as his own, of course, and told that representatives of the command council would be with him shortly. He took the opportunity to have the attendants refluff his cape. He was the very picture of spiritual authority when three men in dark armor and capes entered the room and bowed one by one, scowling High General Bujing, in charge of operations on the colonial continent, young General Mack, commander of the Home Guard, and old Admiral Lee, the longest-serving man in the Navy, if not the most powerful. It was good to see that the High Sage of the Grand Capital Temple was still being taken seriously by the military. Zingeo gave a brief bow to them all. "Your Eminence," Bujing said, "you do us great honor with your presence." Zingeo knew for a fact that Bujing lived a stone's throw from the Grand Temple but hadn't visited in 20 years. "It is my honor to be among those who guide our homeland along the way of the flame. I have come on a matter of Fire Nation security, so I will get straight to the point. I believe there are traitors operating in the palace, and the Fire Lord's life and autonomy are in danger." Bujing, Mack, and Lee all went stiff. Zingeo thought he heard Lee grunt something that sounded like "Zhao," but it was Mack who stepped forward to take the lead. "There has been talk about Prince Oze. Prince Oze's testimony and evidence confirmed my suspicions," Zingeo cut in. "No, my friends, this is about the traitors responsible for Weapon Heiyashi's interference in the Avatar's Agni Budokai. These traitors have been blocking the Fire Lord's true will and wisdom, and are no doubt responsible for so many of the troubles that plague our nation." All three military men looked understandably wary. Bujing squared his shoulders and stepped forward. "I trust you are referring to non-military personnel." Oh. They thought he had just walked into their secure headquarters to accuse them? Paranoia must have been running high. But then, wasn't there a saying about it not being paranoia if the danger was real? "Of course, my friends. Your loyalty and capability is exactly why I have brought my concerns here. I am hoping that you will accept my evidence and arrest the traitors." All three men relaxed, as much as military types could. Mack said, "Then stop playing coy and get to the point. Who are you accusing?" "The sisters Lee and Lo." Bujing, Mack, and Lee all traded glances. Bujing stroked his dropping mustache and turned back to Zingeo. "Your accusations go quite high, then. You said you have evidence, but supposing it's all true, even we can't just march into the Fire Lord's offices and slap chains on his closest advisors. We would need a small army to get to those offices." Mack frowned. "And they have that blasphemous weapon guarding them all the time." Lee shook his head. "This is a weak ploy. Hardly a step above name-calling during a council meeting." Zingeo did love the theater of this, if nothing else. Had he not joined the temple, perhaps he could have become a stage actor. "Gentlemen, I know your job is to develop strategy, but just this once you may rest your minds. I have come with a plan for arresting the traitors and putting this whole matter to rest quickly. All you have to do is agree, and then be in the right place at the right time." Once again, Bujing, Mack, and Lee traded glances. Zingeo smiled. "Why don't I start by showing you the evidence?" Maya was armed with a paper umbrella to block the sun, but it still wasn't enough to actually make Ember Island comfortable. She stood on the beach, the waves stopping just a handspan from her boots, and stared out across the horizon. Her sharp eyes picked up nothing but clouds, blue skies, and the occasional cranefish diving into the water to scoop up a beakful of water and seaweed. She didn't see a flying bison, or any signs of hazards that might delay a sky bison's arrival. She sighed. Aang, Zuko, and King Toph still hadn't come back from this mysterious mission of Iroha's, which meant Mai was stuck waiting here on Ember Island for them. Several days after meeting with her fellow weapons, she was running out of things to keep her occupied. There was enough danger that she had to be on guard. She wore her full set of blades and robes despite the heat and humidity, but not enough that it was actually keeping her occupied. The days were filled with tolerating Sokka, training with Ty Lee's sisters, enduring Zhao's daily reports of meetings with old military men, and wondering why anyone thought it was a good idea to drag Suki along on this whole campaign. That was the only real reason she was anxious for the others to get back. She knew that Aang and Zuko were perfectly capable of taking care of themselves, and of course they also had Toph to watch over them. Mai wasn't worried about them at all. There was a sound of shifting sands, and Mai glanced out from beneath her umbrella as she let her sleeve fall to cover the blade she was readying with her free hand. It was just Zhao. Mai kept a hold of the blade. "Is there a reason you're bothering me?" Zhao snorted. "I'm busy enough that there would have to be. We have guests back at the house. Fire sages. I would guess that the situation in the capital is getting more tense." Although the meeting with the other weapons had indicated as much, Mai was still surprised. With Aang gone, why would things be moving so fast? But then, she had never really been much for politics. "Let's go, then." Despite her umbrella, the walk back to the home of Ty Lee's sisters never failed to work up a sweat. Mai dabbed herself with a borrowed handkerchief, and glanced at Zhao out of the corner of her eye. "So, this wouldn't have to do with all your meetings, would it?" Zhao shrugged. "I doubt it, but who's to say? The Fire Lord has to know that Iroh and the Avatar are closing in on him. The Outer Islands would already support a change in leadership. I've been feeling out the military, and while they don't support direct action, neither are they opposed to Iroh. The sages and the nobility of Capital Island are the only standing questions. So, theoretically, these sages could be here to kill me." Zhao barked a laugh. "Why bother trying to kill a weapon when the boy she's protecting isn't even here? You're a servant, Lady Mai. No one really cares about you. My friends do." Mai stopped, mopped her brow again, and threw the handkerchief on the ground. "How many of those do you have, now that you're just a servant to Iroh?" Without waiting for his reply, Mai opened the doors to the house and sauntered in. The Tai sisters were already in the receiving hall, decked out in their matching but uniquely colored outfits, talking to a typical old guy with a chin-beard fire sage. Sokka and Suki, however, were standing apart from that group, and over their shoulders Mai glimpsed a bald head. "Aang? No, too tall." Sokka caught sight of Mai, and turned to her with a grin. "Hey, look, it's someone we already met who never tried to kill us." He motioned as Suki stood aside. Mai could see now that the bald head belonged to a tall young man in the red robes of a what had he called himself? Right, an apprentice inferior sage, because he couldn't fire bend. She surreptitiously holstered the blade she'd been holding. "Oh, hey, it's you. Kalo, right?" He burst into a smile and bowed so quickly that she half expected him to smack his head on the floor. "Yes. I'm so glad you remember me, Lady Mai. It's an honor and a pleasure and, so nice to work with you again." The older sage stepped away from the Tai sisters and bowed to Mai as well. "I am Fire Sage Xiao, from the Grand Capital Temple. I apologize for the imposition, but I have come on a mission from the High Sage. Kalo is officially serving as my assistant, but he has been most eager to reunite with his friends." Mai quirked an eyebrow. Kalo was a friend. Sure, he had trained her and Aang for their Agni Budokai, but she was surprised that she could remember his name. However, there was a distinct blush on his face as he looked at her, so apparently the partnership had been much more memorable on his end. She looked back to Xiao. "And how do you expect us to be working together? Have you come to follow Aang?" The smile that flitted across Xiao's face was almost as bad as Kalo's. "Ah, if only I could. My grandfather taught Avatar Roku, and it would be my honor to serve the child Avatar in some capacity. But I have another duty, for now. In light of Weapon Heiyashi's actions during your Agni Budokai, the High Sage felt that it would be beneficial if the remaining weapons had advisors available who could guide you in the way of the flame. Sokka scratched his hair. Wait, if it was Mai's Agni Budokai that Heiyashi tried to mess up, then why does Mai need a babysitter? She nodded. That's a good question. Shyu shrugged. I agree that this probably isn't necessary, especially given your close association with the Avatar. Kalo has attested to your character. Kalo did another of his dangerously frantic bows. Oh, yes, I can testify that Lady Mai is a good citizen and true patriot. Her Agni Budokai was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And the Avatar, too, of course. Mai had to fight the urge to roll her eyes while some of the Tai sisters giggled. Ironically, it was Zhao who saved her, stepping over to Shyu. What, exactly, does it mean to be an advisor? This compound is secure, and while you've been approved as a visitor, the staff here is all under the command of Prince Admiral Iroh, not the Fire Sages. Shyu dipped his head. Quite so, Commander. I apologize if I gave the wrong impression. Kalo and I are lodging in the local temple in town, and while we will present ourselves here daily, Lady Mai is within her rights to send us away. We are not spies or saboteurs. Suki put her hands on her hips. Not that spies and saboteurs would go around admitting it. Shyu chuckled. No, you are right. The world would be a much better place if we all said what we really mean. It would be easier, maybe, but Mai learned long ago that few people wanted to hear what she really thought about things. Well, thanks for whatever it is you do. We have no need of advisors today. Tilwe clapped her hands. Oh, but we must have you over for dinner. It would be an honor to host a fire sage, and a cute apprentice, too. Sokka elbowed Kalo. Isn't this place great? Mai sighed. She hoped the other weapons were being just as annoyed. Lady Caldera Ugaril, oldest known weapon of the Fire Nation, was in her home, meditating before a cluster of 54 candles in her window-free meditation room, when she detected a heat source approaching. She turned to face the room's only door, and was ready when the servant entered and bowed. My lady, a sage from the temple is here to see you. Garil nodded her assent, and she heard the servant depart as the warmth of his blood moved away. While she waited for his return, she removed the black blindfold she had been wearing for her meditation and exchanged it for the red one painted with the golden character for dragon. She had a feeling this would be a business matter. The sage was warm in her perception when he arrived, but his voice was unfamiliar. 54 candles. An inauspicious number, according to tradition. Garil said, 54 is death, but death is ever close to us. I meditate on my trade. She heard the sage sigh. I expect you know why I'm here. Would you care to meditate with me, then? I have no desire to interfere with politics. The sage warmed a bit in his chest. Thank you, my lady. I would be honored. Together, they kneeled before the 54 candles. Bang Fei, possibly the youngest weapon of the Fire Nation, stood on the roof of his inn on Ember Island, feeling the sun and the breeze, enjoying the scent and sound of the lapping waves of the nearby beach, and threw a punch at the bricks he had stacked up in front of him. His knuckles landed against a single brick in the arrangement, which crumbled to dust at his blow. None of the other bricks so much as moved. Bang Fei nodded with satisfaction. He hoped he wouldn't have to do that to anyone's heart in the near future, but he was a weapon, and he couldn't let his skills atrophy. He would have preferred to practice in his personal training room back in his family's Caldera estate, but business was keeping him on Ember Island for now. A hand reached up from the edge of the roof, waved, and then grasped and pulled up what appeared to be a young fire sage. Bang Fei took a fighting stance as the sage climbed up onto the roof and said, Hi. They said you're weapon Bang Fei. He nodded. I am. Do you need something? The sage scratched his head. This is going to sound odd, but I'm here to advise you. Bang Fei supposed this was what politics looked like. The disciple of the Third Eye, possibly the most dangerous weapon of the Fire Nation, was not hard to find. One just had to follow the sound of the explosions to the Caldera's public Agni Kai arena. A fire sage stood outside the arena, listening for the booms, and decided that this constituted the extent of his duty in this matter. The royal palace was visible in the distance. The weapons Piandao and Mutant should be inside, but no one needed to verify it. Other systems were in place for that. High Sage Zingao went through the whole thing for the military, the evidence they would use to justify acting against Li and Lo, and then the precise plan for their arrest. He, in essence, went step by step through toppling a government. Bujing, Mac, and Li's faces remained hard. It was Bujing who finally said, "If you do this, you'll be seen as siding with Oze." Zingao was careful not to nod. Prince Oze has expressed concern about his father, and I happen to agree with his doubts. Prince Iroh certainly has not shown interest in anything but the Avatar. The military men exchanged glances, and despite his pretty words, Zingao knew they were aware of his true loyalties. After the way Iroh had battled against the sage's influence, decades ago, the temples would never fully support him. And they didn't even know how friendly Oze had been, lately. But Zingao, in turn, knew of the meetings Zhao had been holding on Ember Island in hopes of courting the military to Iroh's side. Here's where it came down to a decision for them. Zingao looked at the three men across from him. Like it or not, the time has come to take action. The Avatar is coming, the royal family is on the brink of war, and order must be maintained. The temples are most in tune with the people, and putting a strong, wise Fire Lord on the burning throne is what will give us the power to resist the Avatar and the darkness in the colonial continent. It is our duty to remove the fumbling corruption from the palace. He moved his gaze across his audience. High General Bujing had clearly stopped paying much attention to the conversation several minutes ago. His bored, blank expression was one Zingao often saw in visitors to the capital temple. Admiral Li's face was coloring and he was biting his lip. Perhaps his anger came from remembering how Admiral Chan had fallen to Oze's pet killer, Piandao, when the military tried to turn against him. General Mac simply stared back with narrowed eyes. "Well, we appreciate your bringing these concerns to our attention. Thank you for coming, High Sage." Zingao nodded. "Thank you for listening. You all know what will happen, soon. I hope you make the right decision." They all bowed, and then guards stepped forward to escort Zingao back out. Well, he had done what he could with the military. If Prince Oze decided to go ahead with his daughter's plan, then all Zingao would have to do was lure the targets out into the open. And also try not to die when war erupted. Sokka really liked Ember Island. Sure, it was in the Fire Nation, but didn't have evil ugliness sprawling all over it. There were few soldiers, and no factories or mines spewing waste. The girls, although racist jerks who didn't even realize how racist they were, looked very pretty. And in this vacation spot, Sokka was able to take a break from having to be an amateur spymaster and watching for all kinds of enemy action. Part of that came from Aang, Zuko, and Toph being away and probably getting into trouble without him, while Katara was off fighting a war against sexism. So Sokka just tried to focusing on the fact that he was on vacation, and not that he was really a useless lump. The longer he was on Ember Island, the easier he told himself it became. For now, though, he had to focus on not getting his bones broken. He raised his borrowed tonfa sticks and crossed them to catch the staff coming in at his head. His defense was successful, but the impact dug his feet deeper into the sand of the beach. He tried to push back with his tonfa against his opponent, but Suki danced back again and twisted her staff so that one end was coming in low at his left knee. Sokka dove to the right and ended up with a face full of sand, which he decided was marginally better than getting his knee thwopped. He began to push himself up, but a warm weight came down on his back and smashed him back down into the sand. When he looked up, the face of one of the Tai sisters was smiling down on him. She was sitting on his back. Sokka couldn't yet tell the sisters apart. Well, except for Tai Wu, who was the mean one. This was one of the nice ones. She said, "Why did you dodge?" Sokka tried to twist to properly face her, but her butt was very effectively keeping him pinned. Well, it has to do with his crazy strategy one like. It involves not getting thwacked with a stick whenever possible. I've found that it really works for me. The Tai sister giggled and lightly bopped the top of his head. Definitely not Tai Wu, then. Silly, you're using tonfa. You could have spun your right weapon in your hand to maximize its range, and then just blocked the staff without even reaching down much. Well, now that you explain it, I feel very silly. Sokka wondered if he would ever, at some point in any of his travels or life, meet a girl who couldn't kick his butt without even really working at it. Mai was so good she had a special title and everything. Suki had survived stuff that would have killed Sokka twice over, at least. Katara's waterbending made her a devastating warrior, and she was out learning how to be even better. Ty Lee could kill with her bare hands, or something. Toph was worshipped as a god for her earthbending. Slush, even Heihachi had taken him hostage without trouble. Not that Sokka really wanted to encounter a girl who would be entirely dependent on him for protection. No, that would still be a problem, because it was his own lack of ability that really had him down. But he would keep learning. So, why did you girls pick the Tonfa, anyway? You liked the sound of the name. The Tai sister frowned, but not at Sokka. Her eyes lost focus, and her gaze lifted a bit. She remained sitting on him, though, so Sokka looked to the other girls around him. Suki was leaning on her borrowed staff, her eyes curious for the answer as well, while the other sisters all traded glances. It was Taiwu who finally answered. Our dad picked them. I don't think any of us really know why. But he was in the army, and he said that if he was going to be an ocean away, then we had to learn how to destroy anything that tried to hurt us. And we all had to learn the same weapon, so that we could fight as a perfect unit. The sister on Sokka's back leaned over to rest her head on his, further pressing him into the sand. She said, I never minded. It was fun fighting together, and it made Daddy happy. Ty Lee was the only one who hated it. She didn't like how a Tonfa strike could really hurt someone. Daddy said she was stupid if she couldn't see why cracking a skull was a good thing in a fight. One of the other sisters added, yeah, wasn't that when she quit and ran away the first time? Mai would know. There were sounds from the rest of dubious agreement. Suki said, is your dad still in the army? Taiwu shook her head and scowled. No, he's retired by way of being dead. One of those attempts to crack Omashu. Sokka's first instinct was to say he was sorry, because that was what nice people said to pretty girls when they mentioned a dead relative, but he really wasn't sorry that some Fire Nation would-be conqueror had bitten off more than he could chew. So Sokka just made a show of trying to get up again, making the sister on top of him giggle. Can I get up, or am I going to be a permanent fixture on the beach? That's when he heard the sound of heavy boots crunching through sand, and Zhao's voice rang out with, Where's Mai? The sister hopped off of him, and Sokka quickly got to his own feet and brushed the sand off his clothes. She's off doing her Mai thing. Why? Zhao was standing there in his full armor, as always, the black metal bringing out the darkness of the sand and the harshness of the stones in a reminder that this paradise was right in the middle of the Fire Nation. An invitation came for her, and I need to talk her out of accepting. Zhao looked down at the scroll he was holding. Is she in the house? I'll just dash. Sokka skipped forward on the sand and snatched the scroll out of Zhao's hands. Zhao's eyes went wide for a moment, and then he raised his fists. And a pair of the Tai sisters stepped forward to shield Sokka. Zhao snarled, and then lowered his fists. Sokka unrolled the scroll and read this supposed forbidden invitation. It was addressed with, Daughter. Oh. So this was why Zhao wanted to talk her out of it. Sokka nodded. I'll take this to her. Zhao said, and Sokka rolled his eyes. And if you think anyone can talk Mai out of doing what she wants with this, then I'll just go ahead and save you from wasting your time. He made his way back to the house, and headed straight for the bedroom that Mai was sharing with Suki. She had been sulking there all day since sending Shiyu and Kalo away for the something-eth time this week. Sokka found the door open and Mai herself lying on her back on her bed, all kind of deadly sharp things sticking out of the ceiling above her. Sokka knocked on the door frame. Mai glanced over at him. Oh. Hey. Do you know if there's a ladder somewhere? I got bored, and now a whole set of my blades are stuck up there where I can't reach. I think getting them down is one of the services the sisters will provide to their guests. He held up the scroll. You have more mail. Your parents are in town and want you to visit. Mai sat up on the bed and scowled at him. That's a terrible thing to joke about and you should feel awful about it. Sokka tossed the scroll to her. She caught it, easily, and unrolled it to read. Then she kept reading. Then she sighed. I don't want to go. Fine by me. And, honestly, this is probably a trap of some kind. Sokka nodded. I think Zhao figured the same thing. He wanted to tell you not to go. Mai tossed the scroll to the floor and climbed off the bed. Sokka followed her to where her big case of knives was propped up on a stand, the same case she had hauled all the way from the South Pole. It wasn't in the best condition anymore, but still solid and functional. Mai began grabbing blades. My parents wouldn't seek me out. They know I'm deep into all this garbage politics and factions. They're not brave enough to interfere. So someone is making them. Sokka had a good idea what he would do in that same situation, and thankfully had empirical evidence to back him up in the form of the whole crazy quest to find and save Katara. He was genuinely curious what Maya would say next. She started slipping blades into her clothes. At least it will be something to do. Sure. Sokka followed her as she stalked off down the hall. He hadn't been able to offer much when she had to go meet with the weapons, and maybe he wouldn't be able to help much here, but he'd be there just in case. How much backup do you want? As it turned out, the Mai could command less backup than she expected. We apologize, Tai Lum said, out on the beach, but our duties as hosts are limited to protecting you here. If you need a guide, I will be happy to show you the way through town, but we cannot travel with you as your guards or strike force. Mai decided that it was only a mild disappointment. She turned to where Zhao was standing apart from the rest of the group and quietly fuming. How many soldiers do you want to send along? He crossed his arms and scowled at her. How many will it take to keep you here? Even if this really is your parents' dash. It is, Mai put in. The handwriting was so precise that it gave her flashbacks to mother's calligraphy lessons and the sting of the switch that came with a sloppy stroke. Zhao shook his head. Your parents are opportunists with few scruples. Showing no awareness of his hypocrisy, he continued, did you know your father tried to sell your betrothal to me after Crescent Island in a bid to attach your family to my rise? Ty Lee's sisters all gasped. Of course, they had never been forced to deal with betrothals. They were expected to find spouses themselves who could manage the family's colonial factory holdings. Mai didn't doubt Zhao's word for a second. I'm sure you're so disappointed that it didn't work out. Zhao's grimace was a delight all by itself. Regardless, I have been away from home for a long time, and a good daughter would be expected to account for such an absence. I don't expect this to take long. Zhao stared at her for a moment, and then shook his head. Let me put together a full security detail. I'm sure we can leave this place light for an hour or two, if our hosts remain attentive. Tai Wei clutched her fists and nodded. We promise this will remain a safe haven for you, Mai. And your cute tribal, too. Mai glanced at Sokka, and saw his half-pained, half-flattered expression. She decided that he deserved it for encouraging these stupid girls. To Tai Wei, Mai said, thanks. And we won't need a guide. I'm sure Zhao will want to stick us in a carriage and run this whole thing himself. Sure enough, Zhao stuck her in a carriage with Sokka and Suki and ran the whole operation up to depositing her at her parents' address. During the ride into town, Suki said, I don't think I've ever heard you talk about your parents. Your title means they live near the Fire Lord's palace, right? Mai leaned back in her seat and gave a nod. Mother is old nobility. Father is a newer player who worked with the military in technology development. He was sent down to run the mining colony at the South Pole, and that's how I wound up getting dragged into a life of adventure and stupidity. I recall. Suki smiled. You told the whole story when you first came to Kyoshi Island, remember? Back when you were a liar who was planning to betray Aang. Oh, yes, I forgot. It seems like such a long time since you barged back into our lives helping Zuko to hunt us all down. Sokka groaned. Ladies, don't make me separate you. We've been getting along so well since we got here. Let's not ruin that. Suki gave a slow nod. Sorry, Mai. Ugh, that apology came too quick. Yeah, me, too. So did your parents really betroth you to Zhao? Mai shrugged. It seems like something they'd do. The South Pole debacle wouldn't have left them in a good position, and we've seen how messy the politics have been lately. I was only 11 when they betrothed me to Prince Lu Ten, and I don't think I had a conversation with him until after it was announced. Suki blinked at that, and Sokka leaned closer to her to whisper, that one fell through, too. She seems to have some trouble getting married. It was enough to put a smile on Mai's face before they got to their destination. The smile quickly disappeared at that point. The note had provided the address of their rental, and Mai got out of the carriage to find that she was standing in front of the smallest, dumpiest beach house on the entire island. Here, the coast had no sand or beach, just a long stretch of cliffs above the water. The houses here were just a stone's throw from each other, a far cry from the massive amount of land around the Tai sisters' place, but the buildings themselves still proclaimed the wealth of their owners by rising up on massive stilts to extend over the ocean and reach down with extensive private piers. The homes themselves were multiple stories, and tall windows revealed the high ceilings of the interior. But the address in the note was just a glorified shack so small that it almost disappeared into a crag between its two neighbors. The little place had its own pier, but it was a long walk across a path of rickety boards. The house itself didn't extend far enough to reach the ocean. It still had to be a fantastically expensive rental, because this was Ember Island, but apparently mother and father saw no need to bankrupt themselves to visit their traitor daughter. Mai waited with Sokka and Suki beside the carriage as Zhao and a pair of his soldiers knocked on the front door and pushed inside as soon as it opened. Half a minute later, one of the soldiers came back and waved to Mai. All clear. Mother and father hadn't set up a deadly ambush yet. Mai brought her friends in to see her parents. What she saw first was a colorful streak that raced across the floor just as she passed through the curtain between the foyer and the receiving parlor. She was still reaching for a pair of razor discs when the streak struck her legs and let out a screech of, "Ma-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya." She looked down to see her little brother, wearing a white and pink outfit that Ty Lee would have loved, clutching her ankles. "Hey, kid. Miss me?" Tom Tom gave her an open-mouthed smile that threatened to leave drool trailing down his chin, but then his face instantly scrunched up and he began crying at the top of his lungs. Through the choking sobs, he gasped, You leave me?" Mai was instantly out of her depth. She had never quite gotten used to dealing with Tom Tom when he was crying. She looked to Sokka and Suki for help. They were both gaping at her. "What?" Sokka pointed at her. "You're a big sister." "Yeah? I never mentioned that." Suki blinked. "And he seems to like you." Mai glared at them. "I don't think I appreciate what you're dash," but Tom Tom was still wailing, so she threw up her hands and looked around for other help. Fortunately, Mother chose that moment to step forward and snatch Tom Tom up. "I can believe that you never mentioned your family to your fellow criminals. You left us easily enough." "Hello, daughter." Mai dipped her head. "Mother." She looked past her to find father standing at the back of the parlor with Zhao and the other soldiers. "And father. And for the record, I'm no longer a criminal, I've been recognized as operating under royal orders." "Yes, I know. I was addressing you all in a witty manner to provide amusement," Mother said. Tom Tom continued wailing in her arms. Father rubbed his hands together. "Well, why don't we all sit down?" He motioned to some low couches arranged around a round table, and sat down in one. "Mai, I might as well start by saying we forgive you for lying to us and betraying us, considering that you were acting on the orders of Prince Oze at the time. You will be pleased to know that we, ourselves, aided the prince in his work to bring his son home. And you seem to have made some fortunate alliances since then. Is this boy the Avatar?" Sokka stiffened just as he was about to sit down. No, sir. I'm Sokka. I'm just a friend and ally." Father leaned back in his seat. "You look Water Tribe. Are you one of the rebels who ran away from the South Pole?" Sokka gave a little laugh that to Mai's ears was far too forced. Mother sat down next to father, Tom Tom reduced to sniffling as she settled him on her lap and glared at Sokka. "Please tell us you're not sleeping with our daughter." "Hey," Mai cut in. "That's unfair. You should at least ask Suki if I'm sleeping with her, too." Suki's face went red. What? I'm just working for Prince Zuko. I have no idea why I'm here. Mother's face lit up. Ah, a good Fire Nation girl. And another ally of the Oze faction. At least my daughter is keeping some good company. Mai caught Sokka giving her a, "Is this for real?" look. In return, she gave him a, "Welcome to my life," grimace. Tom Tom started squirming in Mother's lap. I want to go sit with Mai. Please. Very well, if you promise not to cry again. Such displays of emotions in front of company are unseemly. Mai, take your brother. Mai wasn't sure she was obligated to accept that order, but Mother thrust Tom Tom out and she found herself taking him in her arms. Tom Tom got comfortable on her lap and looked up at her face. Why did you leave me? Don't you love me? She decided not to fall for it. I left because I had to go do a job. When a prince or princess tells us to do something, that means we have to, if we don't like it. So if Princess Azula told me to spank you, I'd have to do it. And if Prince Oze told you to punch my nose, you'd have to do that, too. Father grunted. Mai, don't tell him such things. But Tom Tom was staring at her with squinting eyes, and suddenly burst out laughing. You're still funny. And you still have a sick sense of humor, she retorted. Tom Tom's cackling got even louder, but Mai was able to hear Sokka doing his own chuckling. She wondered if he was enjoying the joke or just amused at her awkwardness with her own little brother. She turned to Mother and Father. So you're really just going to brush off what I did? Mother frowned. Why not? You only act as we taught you. Father nodded. We were quite upset by what we saw as your betrayal, but Piandao explained the situation to us some time ago. Mai wondered why she was surprised. She had only lied and abandoned her parents, fantasizing about having their assets taken away from them and given to her as a reward. Aang and Sokka had acted like she was the worst kind of person when she did the same to them, but Mother and Father approved of it all. Why did she find herself preferring Aang and Sokka's reaction? Of course, Father continued, officially we've disowned you, and you can't inherit anything of ours. We had been denouncing you in public until you returned to the Fire Nation with Prince Zuko, and now we've simply been refusing to talk about you. We haven't quite been able to determine what game you're playing with the Avatar and the royal family factions, so we didn't risk ruining things. Mai shook her head. I'm not playing a game. The Fire Nation has become too corrupt, and Aang the Avatar he's trying to fix things for everyone. Prince Iroh is helping us. Zuko is helping us. Father stroked his beard. And I assume they're attempting to remove Azulin from power. Mai kept her face blank. Those matters, if they are being discussed, have not involved me. Aang, Zuko, and Iroh are all honorable leaders, and I trust them to do what is best. She didn't dare tell the truth, and she told herself it was because Tom Tom could hear and blab something treasonous to the wrong person. Mother gave a bored gesture. And what are you getting for your assistance? What are you, personally, playing for? Did Prince Iroh offer to restore your contract with Lu Ten? Or is Zuko now the prize? Tom Tom raised a hand. I want a prize. Sokka handed him what seemed to be some kind of food while Mai sighed and said, I don't suppose you'd believe that I'm helping because I just want them to succeed and stay alive. Suki nodded. These matters are very important to the world. The Ear colonial continent has been troubled by creatures that can only be fought with platinum weapons. The Ashlands are alive and trying to kill people. And then there's the Everstorm, Sokka added. It's all being caused by this disruption of the world's natural balance. So unnatural things are popping up, like unending storms and monsters. Mai is helping to save the world. Mother looked back and forth between them. That doesn't really answer my question. But thank you for telling me, dears. That's very nice. In Mai's lap, Tom Tom swallowed whatever it was Sokka gave him and looked up at her. You fight monsters. She nodded. I killed undead air nomads with a platinum knife, and helped fight an ash monster the size of a city. Tom Tom's jaw dropped. That's the best story I ever heard. She had to bite back on a smile. At least one member of her family had his priorities straight. On the other side of the couch, Suki leaned forward. I think what we're trying to say is that the Avatar, Prince Zuko, and Prince Iroh all consider Mai to be a precious ally. They are all people who value loyalty. Father gave a slow nod. No small thing, that. Mother turned to Mai. At least see if you can get a betrothal contract out of one of them. Friendship is good, but hard deals are better. Mai stared back. Is that why you called me here? To make sure I'm getting it all in writing. Mother's lips quirked. You are a magnificent warrior, and I am proud to say that my daughter is a weapon of the Fire Nation, but you are young, and you ran away before you learned all your lessons. My advice to you, as a mother, is to negotiate a real reward for your work before you are no longer needed. And of course I wanted to see my daughter, too. Your form has matured nicely and you've kept your hair well, but you should try to moisturize your hands more. They're looking rough, and no man likes that. Suki glanced at Sokka. Is that true? Sokka shrugged. I'm more inclined to get lost in a pair of pretty eyes than examine a girl's hands, but I'm young yet. Father chuckled. You're witty for a tribal. Mai ignored Sokka's attempt to explain that it was an outmoded term, and leaned her head down on Tom-Tom's. She whispered, Kid, you're my favorite family ever. Tom-Tom giggled. More, he whispered back, than Mommy. Mai smiled. Much more. He shifted out from under her and plopped a wet kiss on her nose. It was sort of gross, but not nearly as bad as having a monster vomit coins all over her. Looking pleased with himself, he said, I love you so much. Don't go away again. We can play on the beach. She glanced at her parents, who were talking with Suki about her exact relationship with Zuko while Sokka tried to help her out. When Mai was sure that no one was paying her any attention, she looked back to Tom-Tom. I'll try to come back when I'm done with my work. But don't wait up for me. I have a lot more monsters to fight. High Sage Zingeo hadn't been in the Fire Lord's throne room for years. He supposed, in retrospect, that it probably should have been taken as a sign. Regardless, he was doing something about it now. What were a few years of trouble, when he had lived so comfortably? He stood in the center of the room, dwarfed by the lines of pillars on either side of him but also thrown into focus by the light of the torches attached to their bases. On the other sides of the pillars, an audience watched him. They were nobles and generals and admirals and sages and governors, most of them people who, like Zingeo, hadn't been invited to this room for a long time. Azulin had never been one to hold court, but he at least used to conduct his business in person. Well, that time was gone. Another sign of the times was the fact that the burning throne itself was dark, most distinctly not burning, and instead of the Fire Lord being seated up on the dais, the sisters Li and Lo stood in front of it. Their pet weapon, Mutant of Lower Husin, stood off to the left, close enough to intervene in an assassination attempt but far enough away to make it clear he was just a servant. Zingeo thought it profane that he, an earthbender, was even in this room, but it was an insult that would have to be tolerated for now. But then, that was the key to being a successful high sage. People thought it was about declaring what was supposed to be, but really it was figuring out when to turn a blind eye. Li and Lo nodded to him, and spoke as one, High Sage Zingeo, we recognize and welcome you, in the name of Fire Lord Azulin. He took a deep breath. Hopefully this plan of Oze's would work. If it didn't. He forced a smile on his face and stepped forward. The honor is mine. As agreed, I have come to restore something that rightfully belongs to the royal family. He had sent news of his discovery on right after he met with the military's central command, several days ago. Now, one of the two great sages standing behind him handed over the golden pillow with the headpiece of the crown prince on it. The gift that Oze had handed over in his initial meeting with Zingeo to buy non-interference, now being redeemed as part of Oze's plan to steal the Fire Nation for himself. If this worked, Zingeo would always be able to call on the prince for a favor to the end of his days. A gift worthy of drawing Li and Lo to this throne room, and to pressure them into summoning an audience. Zingeo took a single step forward and held the pillow up so that everyone could see the prize on top of it. The crown prince headpiece. Then he quickly lowered it and handed it to the other great sage. This is an item representing the proper order of succession, of the strength of the Fire Lords and the way they embody the way of the flame. He looked straight at Li and Lo. You have disrupted that, traitors, locking the Fire Lord away and stealing his power for your own corrupt ends. As High Sage, I name you traitors, and demand your arrest." The audience gasped. Now here was the part where Zingeo might very well die. He braced himself. The old sisters recoiled in outrage, and the one on the left motioned to the ceremonial Crimson Guard lining the wall. He prepared his inner fire in case they went ahead and attacked him instead of arresting him. General Mac jogged out from between two of the pillars to stand in front of Zingeo. "Traitors, I place you under arrest." The last of his words were drowned out by the sound of boots on the wooden floor, and Home Guard soldiers in heavy assault armor raced into the throne room and began spreading out. Most blocked off the Crimson Guards, while a small contingent pushed to the front of the room and approached Li and Lo. Zingeo gasped out a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. General Mac. He'd gone for it. Yes. And then Mutant of Lower Husin stepped forward and the ground shook. Some of the soldiers stumbled. Zingeo realized he had to do something if he still wanted to live. He hurried around Mac to stand in Mutant's path, raising his hands. "My child, in the name of the first fire, stop." Mutant halted. "I ask you to move, High Sage. I cannot allow a coup. This is no coup. This is the will of the flames themselves." Zingeo's mind raced, as he tried to come up with something good. He looked at the red tattoos on Mutant's face, the quotes from the Nawafan Hnangsix, one of the passages most often reproduced as propaganda during the war for its assertion that all other elements bow to fire, and even the bones of the earth can melt. The way of fire becomes clear in conflict, and truth is revealed in strength. For too long, we have shrunk from the strength of Li and Lo, but if they are truly in the right, if they still truly do the Fire Lord's bidding, then they will prevail. If not, then they have fallen, and must be cast aside. Mutant stared at him. Zingeo nodded. "You, Mutant, are the greatest of your people. You have recognized the truth of the way of the flame, and your feats of earthbending have reflected this. I need you, my child. As the High Sage, I need you to hold us all accountable, to watch us as we investigate the sisters, and to confirm that we are ensuring the Fire Lord's power. Will you answer my call, Mutant? Will you show us your true strength? Your true flame?" He bit back a groan. It was the biggest bunch of slop he'd put into words since he first joined a temple. Mutant blinked, though, and a pair of tears ran down his tattooed cheeks. He took a step back and said, "I will answer your call, High Sage. The Fire Lords will be done." "The Fire Lords will be done," a voice echoed from above Zingeo. He and everyone else in the throne room turned to see Prince Oze striding out across the dais of the burning throne. "You," one of the old twins snarled. Oze stood over them all with the true regality of a Prince of Fire, a master actor commanding the stage. "I thank you, Zingeo, and General Mac, for your actions on behalf of my beloved father. Guards, take Li and Lo to the dungeons. The sages and the military can investigate the claims and evidence, and make a pronouncement. In the meantime, I will take charge of the Fire Lord. I make this promise to you all: I will keep my father safe and healthy, and act only in accordance with his will. I swear this on my own life, on my own honor, and on the homeland itself." Zingeo clapped once, the prearranged signal, and the two great sages hurried over to present him with the pillow and crown again. He once more took it and held it aloft. And this time, Prince Oze received it. The soldiers hurried Li and Lo away, both sisters calling out promises of retribution, while all of the generals and admiral and soldiers bowed. Zingeo and his sages all bowed. And then the nobles and governors and all the rest likewise fell to their knees. Zingeo had just handed provisional control of the Fire Nation to Prince Oze, having worked to get the military on their side and providing the lure to bring Li and Lo out into the open. In other words, Oze owed him big time. Suki had been surprised at how quickly the visit to Mai's parents ended. It seemed that Lord Yukino and Lady Michi had no sooner established to their satisfaction that Suki wasn't trying to seduce Zuko than they were standing up and wishing Mai good luck on her future endeavors. Mai had seemed surprised at the abruptness, but she didn't fight to stay. She had just whispered something to her little brother, handed him back to their mother, and bowed a goodbye. On the way back to the house, Sokka said, "At least no one tried to kill us, right?" That was easily the most awkward social event of my entire life, but now we know that awkwardness isn't fatal. Suki laughed, because it seemed like something that should be funny, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something about the whole situation was really off. The sun was setting when they got back to the Tai sisters' home. Zhao's soldiers dropped them off at the bottom of the path, and then continued on to the boathouse. It wasn't until Suki and the others got further up the path that the first sign of danger was apparent. All of Tai Li's sisters were kneeling on the side of the path right at the base of the front steps, their tonfa sticks set on the ground on front of each of them. As Suki, Mai, and Sokka approached, one of the sisters, the one closest to the house, wearing green robes today, said, "Mai, the beach is lovely tonight. Perhaps you would like to enjoy the setting sun with a walk." Suki looked to Sokka, who seemed just as confused as she was. They both looked to Mai. Of course, Mai had no expression on her face whatsoever. "I hate nature. And it's not like I can see a bison flying in, with the sky this dark." The lead sister lowered her head. "Nevertheless, as your host, I must insist. I know the love that Tai Li had for you, and I consider it my duty as a sister, and a person to make sure you properly enjoy it. Right now." The other septuplets all bowed their heads in the same way. Sokka threw his hands up. "Well, I'm still confused. Is this a Fire Nation thing? Is aggressively selling walks by the beach some kind of holy warrior rite?" Suki shook her head. "Something feels really off about this." She looked to the lead sister. "What's wrong?" The sister closed her eyes. "What could be wrong? If you and Sokka enter the house, I am confident, as your host, that you will be safe." "You and Sokka?" Mai wasn't mentioned. Mai herself got it, too. She traded a glance with Suki, and then shrugged. "I guess I'll take a walk. It's a nice night. I hope I find everyone alive when I get back." She turned and walked back down the path, her hands in her sleeves and no doubt fingering blades. Sokka groaned. "So we go in without the weapon of the Fire Nation." Suki grabbed his arm and dragged him along. "Our hosts said we're safe, remember? But be ready for something, anyway." And so they walked up the steps and entered the house, leaving the Tai sisters kneeling. Candles were providing light in the receiving hall, but only one of the hallways was similarly lit. The rest were dark. Suki moved slowly and silently down that hall, Sokka right behind her. At the end was a parlor with windows that looked out over the jungle behind the house. Suki slid open the door and stepped forward. "Welcome back," said Azula, Princess of Fire. She was lounging on a couch with a cup of tea as though she owned the place, and standing behind her. Suki couldn't stop herself from gasping. Standing behind the princess, the uniform of some kind of Fire Nation soldier, was Kirei, Suki's sister. Chapter 55, A New Sisterhood. Bang Fei, weapon of the Fire Nation, hoped that his homeland was not about to fall into a civil war. He was seated at a table outside an Ember Island eatery, surrounded by clusters of boys and girls his age talking and laughing and enjoying life. Did they not know about what was happening in their homeland? The fact that he could sit here unnoticed was a sign of their ignorance. He wished he could have been like them, carefree and uninvolved, perhaps vacationing here with Tai Li and falling in love. More in love. But he and Tai Li had destroyed that possibility when they each, separately and without knowledge of the other's path, sought the fighting skills that made them so useful to the people in power. The royal family had now reached out to Bang Fei, and he had no choice but to obey his orders even if those orders started a conflict that might spread to everyone in the Fire Nation. He was a weapon, a tool to be used. Tai Li had tried to flee this life. It hadn't worked out for her. Bang Fei did not want more beautiful Fire Nation treasures to be consumed by war, but Tai Li's death had shown that there really wasn't any other path. He put down his drink and headed for the cluster of beach houses across the path. He walked at first, and then began jogging, before finally breaking out into his fastest dashes. Finally, he jumped. He heard the people at the eatery raise a cry of shock. As he arced through the air, he let go of all doubts and worries. He was a weapon. He would not fail. He landed on the slanted roof of the first house in a run, moving across the peak with total balance. It was a short jump to the next house in the line, and the one after that, and the one after that. His last jump took him to the smallest house in the line, little more than a shack on stilts clinging to existence in the shadows of its neighbors. Instead of landing on this place's roof, he instead dropped onto the balcony that faced the beach. He did not look at the beach. He turned and flipped inside. The man and the woman there screamed. Bang Fei had enough time to identify his true target as the child in the woman's arms before the man attacked. It was a clumsy charge, something Bang Fei could have easily dodged, but he didn't want the man to get himself hurt by making further trouble. Bang Fei hunched low, putting himself fully inside the man's shadow, and then struck up on the inside of one arm, knocking it aside and then the other. The man came to a clumsy halt as his arms fell uselessly to his sides, no longer obey his commands. Bang Fei continued to jab a spot just above the man's right knee, bringing him down, and then stood up and delivered a hard nerve pinch to the side of the man's neck. He went down like a sack of bones. The woman had stopped screaming. As Bang Fei turned to her, he tensed for an attack, but instead the woman merely stood and glared at him, holding the target, her child, out of reach. Bang Fei held out his hands. "I don't want to hurt you if I don't have to." The woman snorted. "Do you have any idea who we are? I am Lady Michi, and you just attacked Lord Yukino. We are servants to Prince Oze himself, here on his orders in an action against a weapon of the Fire Nation. Leave now and maybe you'll live." Bang Fei sighed. "I could say the same thing. I am a weapon of the Fire Nation, and I know that your daughter is Caldera Yumai. But I do not serve Prince Oze." Lady Michi's eyes went wide, and she turned to run. Bang Fei had already somersaulted into her path. The child in her arm screeched as he jabbed Michi's arm at the shoulder, taking away its function and causing the child to drop. Bang Fei caught the boy easily enough even in the crook of his left arm as he snapped out a foot to hook Michi's legs and yank them out from under her, and then he snapped out with his right arm right at her heart. She was already unconscious by the time he stood up. That's when a pair of men in the armor but not the helmets of the Royal Crimson Guard thundered down the stairs from the house's little loft. They were the elite of the Fire Nation's military, which meant that it took almost 2 minutes to defeat them while holding the child. The fight was a flurry of arms and legs and fire and fists, but armor could only protect the body from physical threats, and Bang Fei's specific style of chi blocking could strike at more than the mere physical. The metal might stop his fists, but the force of the strike continued straight through the vulnerable bodies beneath. The fight could be measured in a countdown of the limbs each guard had available for use. When the count reached 0, Bang Fei took his leave with the child flailing in his arms. What a little boy thought he could do against a weapon of the Fire Nation, Bang Fei didn't know, but he appreciated the effort. He plunged into the Ember Island jungle, retreating from the civilization he might have started to bring down. Bang Fei's Fire Sage advisor would probably be quite put out when he didn't show up for their daily consultation. But a sage probably wouldn't have much advice about kidnappings, anyway. Suki stared across the room at her sister. Kirei used to look so grown up to her, so capable and strong. When Suki used to imagine becoming an adult, becoming tall and powerful and beautiful, she had imagined herself becoming Kirei. No beating, no betrayal, had ever really changed that for her. It wasn't until Kirei left that Suki's idea of growing had finally touched on reality. No, it wasn't that Kirei had left, she did so by selling the lives of the Unagi gang, the closest thing they had to family besides each other, and joined their oppressors in the Fire Navy. Kirei's last words to her made her think it was all her fault, that if she had been a better sister, no one would have had to die. Eventually, Suki realized the truth, but she loved her sister. She hated Kirei. Mostly, Suki felt like she wanted to throw up. Kirei stared back with dead eyes and no expression. But Suki hadn't survived on her own for so long by letting herself get lost in emotions. She exhaled and focused her attention on the real threat here, on the fact that Princess Azula herself was lounging on a couch with a cup of tea here in the beach house of the Tai sisters. And the Avatar's lemur was lurking under the couch, looking ready for action. Suki sank to her knees and kowtowed. "Princess, it is an honor to be in your presence once again." Beside her, Sokka was still standing. She nudged his ankle with her elbow, and he likewise went down on his knees. "Yeah," he said, "nice to meet you. I've heard such great things." Suki peeked up to see Azula staring at Sokka. Who is this tribal? Suki lowered her gaze again. This is Sokka of the Southern Water Tribe, an advisor to the Avatar. He is a survivalist expert, not a combatant. She caught Sokka glancing at her, and she hoped he would play along. She didn't think it would be a good idea to link him to Water Tribe uprisings, escaped waterbenders, or any of the other crimes he had committed as one of Aang's closest friends. Was Azula's only response. And where is Mai? I know she's staying here with you. Suki rose to her feet. We just came back from meeting with Mai's parents. She seemed a bit distracted afterward, and parted with us before we dash. A horrible thought struck her. Did you have her parents invite us? Just to set up this ambush? Suki couldn't stop herself from glancing at Kirei. Azula put her teacup on the table and stood up, and Momo crawled out from under the couch to investigate it. The princess stalked around the table. Of course I did. Zhao would have tried to prevent me from calling on Mai, and defeating his security would have been tedious. Her expression grew tight. I've so wanted to discuss Mai's behavior with her. Her hands tightened into fists and then it all passed, the princess relaxing once again. A pity it couldn't work out, but I'm here on other business. Where is my brother? Zuko. Suki knew she had to find an answer, to make nice to Azula, but she couldn't stop her thoughts from drifting to that time when Zuko found her sobbing in a stable, so struck by news of Kirei that she had been overcome with years of mixed emotions. Suki's eyes went to her sister, just standing behind the couch like any other paid bodyguard, seemingly indifferent to everything and everyone. It was Sokka who finally spoke up as he stood up again. Zuko's still away with the Avatar. We don't know where they went or when they'll be back. Azula stepped over to Sokka, her eyes intent. Over at the table, Momo made a retching sound and scurried away from the princess's tea. Azula frowned. That is unfortunate. Father has lost patience with Uncle's games, and wants Zuko home. Azula turned to the back of the room, where the row of windows showed night falling on Ember Island. But I'm needed in the capital, and can't just wait around on the beach with you. Suki said, I'd be happy to pass on any message you leave. Sokka nodded. Yeah. As soon as he gets here, we'll tell him that it's past his curfew and he needs to go home. No problem. Azula turned back to look at Sokka, a smile twisting her lips. I like that. It implies that Zuko is too young to be out on his own. The good humor quickly fell from her face. But I think we all know Zuzu is too stubborn to come when called. Especially since he thinks he owes something to Uncle. No, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take special measures. Kirei. Suki's sister startled, and then bowed. Yes, princess. We're leaving. Finish that cup of tea for me. I'm no longer thirsty, but I don't want it to be wasted. Suki watched from her knees as her sister shrugged, picked the cup of tea up, and downed it. Azula brought her hands together in a clap. Excellent. I slipped a poison in that. She parted her hands to reveal an empty glass bottle. In a few days your innards will have dissolved unless an antidote is administered. Suki wasn't even aware of moving. Reality blinked, and she was across the room, catching Kirei and blocking an attempted attack on Azula. She realized it was just like when they were children, when she'd step between Kirei and any friend who seemed to be in danger from her sister's fists. Not that Azula was in any danger. Azula was the danger. Sokka was the only one keeping his head. He scratched his hair and looked around. Why would you poison your own bodyguard? I think I missed something, here. As Suki struggled to hold Kirei back, Azula stepped over to Sokka and grabbed his chin. He grimaced, but didn't pull back, and Azula turned his head to look at one side of his face, and then the other. Yes, you are a thinker, aren't you? She let go and turned away from him. But Suki hasn't given you all the clues, it seems. Sokka blinked, and his eyes met Suki's. His gaze narrowed, realizing that more was going on than one of Azula's servants simply protecting her from the other. Kirei made another grab for Azula, so Suki shoved her hard enough to knock her to the floor. Cut it out. Then she turned back to Sokka and bowed her head. I'm sorry. This is my sister, Kirei. Her safety was my price for helping Zuko hunt the Avatar. Sokka looked at Azula, and then rolled his yes. Seems like you didn't get a very good deal for us, then. Angela laughed. True. But we can still make good on our promise, in the long term. Father has the antidote in the royal palace. If you come with Zuko before the damage is fatal, we will give it to you, and consider your service to us at an end. Without Zuko, you get nothing. Except Kirai's agonizing end, of course. Kirai tried to get up, but Suki spun to sweep her sister's legs out from under her. It felt far too good. Then she bowed deeply before Angela. Please, we don't have Zuko. Kirai could die before he even gets here. Angela shrugged. Consider that incentive to find him, then. It's ridiculous that you're so completely in Iroha's thrall you let Zuko go off without knowing where. That is done. Father wants his family home, and Father gets what he wants. If you let Kirai die, know that more lives will be on the line until Father's demands are satisfied. I promise you. And then Sokka crossed his arms and stood to block the exit. But you break your promises. And I'm thinking a little liar like you might have an antidote right now. Suki blinked. Could Angela? The princess held out her hands at her sides. Just try and search me. Not only will I defend myself, but I am a guest in the home of Ty Lee's sisters. They'll protect me. She lost her cheer and clasped her hands together. But I don't have the antidote. You all know that. It would be stupid to march into your clutches with the key to undoing Father's plans. She was right. Suki knew it. Angela was too smart for that. Let her go. Kirai slammed her hands on the floor. Suki dash. Shut up, Suki said. She looked to Sokka. He shrugged and got clear of the door. You're the expert on Fire Nation royalty. But I agree that the logic works out. Angela looked at them all, and then nodded. Suki has consistently displayed intelligence, and now a tribal as well. It's been a pleasure fooling you both. She glanced at Kirai, still on the floor. If you live, I hope you learn to think from the others, here. Your sister is much better company than you. She turned and made for the door. Farewell. Tell Mai I'm sorry I missed her. And so Suki let her sister's poisoner walk out of the house. A moment later, Mai climbed in through one of the windows, several of her blades dangling from rings around her fingers. Well, that was horrible, but at least I didn't need to start a fight. Now what do we do? Momo ran over to her and climbed up onto her head. Zhao was preparing plans for yet another round of meetings to drum up support for Iroh when there was a knock on the door of his makeshift office. He looked up from his stacks of reply letters, to see his aide leading one of the Tai sisters. He had no idea which one, but she wore yellow robes and had her tonfa sticks at her belt, into the room. Sir, our hosts desire a moment of your time. Zhao put the letters aside. Of course. What can I do for you? The girl twisted her hands together. Princess Angela visited the house and now everyone wants to leave for the capital? They said to Dash. Zhao was already to his feet and hurrying out of the office. Angela is here. Now. He doubted he had enough soldiers to stop such a. No. The girl and his aide were jogging behind him as he made his way out of the boathouse. Angela left. But she left behind Suki's sister who's poisoned and. Zhao managed to get the whole story, delivered in a maddeningly non-linear fashion, by the time he reached the main house. He burst into the rear parlor to find Lady Mai, that turncoat Suki, a similar-looking girl who had to be Lieutenant Kirai, the mouthy tribal, and all the rest of the Tai sisters, minus the fugitive Tai Li, gathered in an obviously ill mood. Zhao stalked into the center of the gathering. None of you are going anywhere. The capital is too dangerous until we've gathered the proper assurances, and the Avatar and Prince Zuko will be critical to our arrival. This is not something I can make happen. Suki crossed her arms. Not that you're especially motivated to do anything that would help me. You framed me for murder and locked me up, but I bet you still hold a grudge for my escaping with Zuko. Zhao waved the accusation away. While I do intend to enjoy your bad fortune, that's merely a bonus to following my orders. Iroha's instructions to me are to keep the Avatar and Prince Zuko safe, and enable their mission. Approaching the capital can ruin everything. I forbid you to go. Mai did that insolent eyebrow quirk she liked so much. You. Forbid. I wasn't aware that we needed your permission. Zhao ignored everyone else's glares and focused on her. I provide your guard details. I arrange your travel. I manage your finances. I report back to Iroh. What can you do without me? Mai turned to one of the septuplets. Tylat, can I borrow enough for a ferry to the capital? For you? Sure. She looked at Zhao and cringed. I'm not taking a side, but Mai's my guest, and she was my sister's best friend. Oh, if only Zhao could reveal that not only was Ty Li alive, but that Mai had been keeping that fact to herself all this time. But Iroh had issued orders to keep Ty Li's survival a secret, and Zhao knew better than to tip the balance of the weapons of the Fire Nation at this point in time. Perhaps that was a balance that Mai had managed to miss. And even if you can all get to the capital on your own, what are you going to do? My understanding is that only Prince Zuko's presence will earn the antidote. What happens when Pandao 100 Slayer asks you where he is? Speaking of which, the mouthy tribal put in, I think it's time you told us where he and Aang and Toph went. Zhao had to admit that the operational security provided by that secrecy was quickly expiring. And if it convinced these children to abandon their plans, it's the island of the old Sun Warriors, up past the boiling rock. Some spiritualists can be found there who Iroh counts as allies. There is no telegraph station, and the area is not mapped. Mai displayed her usual lack of facial expression, but she did shake her head. That's not going to be a quick trip. That's when Kirei stepped forward, clenching her fists. So I'm just going to die? The princess poisoned me, the navy won't help me, and all my sister's worthless friends are just going to give up. Zhao couldn't help smirking at her. Welcome to life as a pawn. What did you expect, when you enlisted? She was too well trained, at least, to attack him. But she clearly wanted to. Mai stepped over, standing at her tallest, and looked down her nose at Kirei. I never claimed to be Suki's friend, and any worth I have might not be worth spending on you. Suki hasn't even asked me for anything, yet. Interesting. Perhaps she was smarter than Zhao thought. He ambled back to the edge of the gathering and watched as everyone turned to Suki. The Kyoshi girl slumped under the scrutiny. Kirei came over and shoved at her sister. You got me into this. I was doing just fine in the Navy until you got me involved in this whatever. You practically poisoned me yourself. No. Shut up. Kirei threw a fist. Zhao couldn't quite make out what happened next. Suki burst into a blur of motion, Kirei gave a pained cry. And then Kirei was on her knees, Suki behind her and twisting her arm against her back. Impressive. No wonder those Kyoshi rebels had given Yun-Rha such a hard time. Suki let go of her sister. Don't touch me. Never again. Kirei just panted in relief and cradled her arm. Perhaps Zhao had overestimated this group's dedication to saving Kirei. He pointed down at her and looked around at everyone else. That is what you would be throwing away everything to save. Do as I say, continue with Prince Iroh's mission, and you will get a chance to save your people. Go to the capital, and you'd risk leaving Azulin and Oze in power, all just for a dockrat loathed by her own family. I think the choice is clear. Silence was the only reply. Zhao nodded, satisfied. It was good to see that even traitors and criminals could be practical. He turned to leave. I'm asking you all, Suki said into the quiet, as my friends, to help me save my sister. Suki looked around at everyone. Zhao was staring at her like she had just offered a personal insult, which she probably had, while Sokka, Mai, and the Tai sisters all greeted her request with obvious wariness. She knew the feeling. Suki sighed. I know it's asking a lot of you. I'm asking a lot of myself. Me and Kirei. She looked down at her sister. Kirei's eyes were scrunched in that same expression of confusion and annoyance that had so often met Suki's attempts to improve their lives. Suki turned to the others. You're all my friends. Yes, Mai, even you. We don't have to get along to be friends. Mai clasped her hands in her sleeves. I suppose that might be true. But then what makes us friends? Respect. Suki nodded at her. I respect how you've dedicated yourself to helping Aang and trying to restore the Fire Nation. I respect your skills. I respect your loyalty to people, because I have the same loyalty. We've both been put in positions where we had to betray friends to help save other friends, and while I don't agree with the choices you've made, I know I haven't really done better. Suki looked to Sokka. I helped your enemies. I tried to balance my loyalty to you guys with the deal I had to make to save myself and my sister, but I know I'm responsible for some of your hardship. I risked a lot to help you when you were trying to find Katara, but I know that doesn't make up for everything else. From what I've seen of your sister, she's wonderful, and you probably have no idea how I can want to help someone like Kirei, but Suki again glanced down at Kirei. She's my family. I don't know what else to say. Sokka blew out a sigh. I get it. You think I wanted to collaborate with the Fire Nation down in the South Pole? I had to do what I had to do for my family. Also, you're good at giving speeches. That got her to laugh, just a little bit, as she looked at the Tai sisters. She still couldn't really tell them apart, but Mai had picked out Tai Lat, and Suki focused on her. Please, I know your duties as our host don't extend this far, but any help you can give me and my sister would be greatly appreciated. Kirei and I only had each other, when we were kids. Tai Lat nodded. Sisters are unbreakable, no matter what. At least, that's what we tell ourselves about Tai Wu. Tai Wu, the perpetually cranky one, revealed herself by holding up a gesture Suki didn't know, and then added, I love you girls, too. Suki smiled. Thank you. Everyone. Kirei made a sound of disgust as she finally got back to her feet. Yeah, thanks so much for getting me out of this mess that all the rest of you got me into. No one was poisoning me before you all started dragging me into this ridiculousness. Mai pulled a hand out of her sleeve to twirl one of her blades on her fingers. Wow, you really showed me. I feel so guilty about everything. She yawned. But seriously, that whole beautiful pledging of support was nice, but what are we actually talking about doing? Sokka stroked his chin. We are currently down a Zuko, so we can't just hand him over. Suki nodded. So we steal the antidote. Mai snorted. Which means invading the Fire Palace. Which also possibly means invading the capital, because Oze wanting us there doesn't mean that Ajalon and the army do, and whether I'm actually allowed to go home is up in the air right now. As far as combat capabilities, I'm just a weapon, not an entire siege army, and even 6 Tai sisters aren't going to make up the gap. Especially if Piandao is there, like Zhao was whining about. He is, Zhao said in a heavy voice. Great, more sneaking. Sokka sighed. I do like a good sneaking, but somehow we keep only making things harder on ourselves. We've gone from fenced-in compounds to walled fortresses to volcano island fortresses to sinkhole fortresses, and now a palace. Mai raised a finger. Which is in a city in a very large volcano. Thank you, Mai. And now a city volcano palace. Sokka rolled his head back and looked up at the ceiling. But a city is actually good, because even a high-security city has things going in and out all the time. Mai, who's in charge of that? Suki looked over at Kirei and gave a tight smile. She wanted her sister to appreciate the expertise that was being applied here, and what these people were giving for her. Mai twirled her blade faster while maintaining her slumped position. Depends on what you mean by the city. There's the capital harbor and lower harbor city, both of which are controlled directly by the Fire Navy. Upper harbor city is where the workers and laborers live, and because it's so close to the caldera itself, the Home Guard maintain gates into the volcano where everyone is checked to make sure they're authorized to enter. Shipments are checked as well, and she paused for a second, and then added, huh. Sokka grinned. That sounded like a good huh. What did you realize? Mai snapped her blade closed and smiled. Carts and open containers are searched, to make sure no one from the upper harbor sneaks in, but sealed containers that have been stamped as secured by the Navy are given a pass. That saves time for the Home Guard so they can keep traffic flowing through the gates, especially since the Navy is already doing the work a stone's throw away. Suki liked the sound of this. She looked to Zhao. Can you get us those stamps? Zhao sneered at her. No, I can't. As you might expect, the Navy is very careful about that kind of thing, since so much security hinges on it. And right now, no one from Iroha's faction could even ask for such a thing without sounding suspicious. Ajalin's pet fire sages paid a lot in political favors to get their own stamps. Sokka clapped. Great idea. Suki looked around, wondering if anyone else understood what Sokka was saying. Everyone looked just as confused as she felt, and Zhao especially seemed to be trying to work out if he'd been insulted. Suki reached out and poked Sokka. What idea? He winked at her, and then went over and threw an arm around Mai's shoulders. Darling, I have a favor to ask you. I need you to ask someone else for a favor, actually. Mai yanked herself free. Who and what favor? And if it's not good, I'm going to stab you. Sokka backed away a step. I was just thinking that if the fire sages have their own official smuggling network, then we know one fire sage who practically worships the ground you walk on, and just so happens to be here on Ember Island waiting to advise you. Suki gasped. Kalo, and what was the old guy's name? Shyu. Maybe they'll help us. She grinned at Mai. Especially if an elegant and mysterious Fire Nation girl asks nicely. Mai groaned, the Tai sisters all giggled, and Sokka was giving himself approving nods. Suki couldn't help looking back at Kirei and saying, see how they come together to help. This is what the Unagi gang could have been to us. If you hadn't gotten them killed for a ticket of Kyoshi Island. It felt amazing to say it, after all these years. To acknowledge the horrible things Kirei had done. To enjoy the new people Suki had found in her life. To be free, for a moment, of having to balance competing demands just to keep her friends and family safe. Kirei rolled her eyes. We'll see how well they do when they actually have to face the might of the Fire Nation. I'm not saved, yet. It was a reminder Suki didn't really need. And, Zhao said, I'm certainly not joining the rest of you on this ridiculousness. I need to report this situation to Iroha, but unless my orders change, you fools are on your own. With a last sound of disgust, he left. Mai made the gesture at his retreating back that Taiwu had made earlier, and Suki was willing to be there. Was none of the same sarcasm involved. So, how do we make me into an elegant and mysterious girl who can get us some help? Mai's first mistake was letting Ty Lee's sisters give her advice on what to wear. True, she probably didn't need a whole concealed arsenal just to go ask Kalo and Shyu for help sneaking into the caldera, and there was no other practical point to the various layers of all-concealing clothing that she normally wore. Still, Mai liked her regular clothes. She could hide in them, when she needed to. Bare limbs and bellies were no good for hiding. But this mission was about being seen, not hiding. So she sighed as she led Sokka and Suki to the small Ember Island temple. At least the road was empty right now, the only activity visible at this time of the night being what seemed to be a faraway crowd leaving the theater's last performance of the day. But those people wouldn't be approaching the temple, most would break up along the paths leading to the various beach houses near the settlement here, while a small contingent would no doubt head to the arcade for the overnight gambling scene. Really, the only reason there was a temple on the island at all was for the sake of tradition and culture. Part of Mai's unease was seeing Angela again. She had doubled back to the house as soon as Sokka and Suki had gone in, figuring that Tai Lao's suggestion to go for a walk was a warning of some kind. The light coming through the back windows had revealed which room she should check out, and she had hung outside just below view for the whole confrontation. Mai didn't know the whole story with Suki and Kirei, but there were enough clues to figure out the important parts, especially having Angela right there with her manipulations and poisons to serve as a comparison. Kirei was to Suki what Angela was to Mai. Suki feared Kirei, but wasn't going to put up with antics anymore. Mai feared Angela, but she was resolved to go down stabbing if they ever met again. Mai would help Suki, and then they could both get rid of the people who made their lives into nightmares. She glanced at Sokka and Suki as she approached the temple's main doors, got their banal signs of encouragement, and went ahead and knocked. She was on her third set of knocks when Kalo answered with a lantern in his hand. Mai thought about trying to look sexy in the lamplight, but didn't actually know how to do that, so she just clasped her hands behind her back. Hi. There's an emergency, and I really need your help. Desperately need your help. Yeah. She tried to smile. Can we come in? Kalo's face went red, just as planned. Mai would have felt bad about manipulating the poor boy if this wasn't for something almost like a good cause. He finally stammered, "Oh, why yes," and backed out of the doorway. Mai was about to step forward when Sokka shouldered past her and stepped right into the temple, saying, "Thanks, bud, we appreciate it." If Kalo had intended to raise an objection to the others coming in, the time to mention it had passed. Mai was still going to shove Sokka back, sometime. She plunged in after the boys, leaving Suki to bring up the rear. Kalo led them all past the temple's altars and meditation rooms, up a set of stairs. Mai smelled something like incense as they ascended, and at the end found herself on what seemed to be a residential floor covered in a thin cloud. A series of small rooms lined the side opposite the stairs, while the rest of the area was given over to a little gathering space with sitting mats and a dusty tea set on top of a cabinet. Sitting there already were two old men, trading intent whispers. One was Xiao. The other had a much more wrinkled face and puffed on a pipe. Both quickly ended their conversation when they realized they weren't alone. Xiao rose from his mat. "I was not expecting visitors tonight." Kalo bowed. "Apologies, master, but they are asking for our help." The pipe puffer's eyebrows jumped. "Help? Help with what? Who are these people? Are we in trouble?" Mai gave her own bow. "I am Lady Caldera Yu Mai, weapon of the Fire Nation. I need your help to save someone's life." "Oh my." Shia moved across the gathering area. "Please, take a mat and sit down, and you can tell us all about it. Let me open a window to clear this funk." "Apologies, but Sage Guan's pipe keeps his nerves calm, and he is the master of this temple." Guan sighed, made a fire-bending hand motion, and instantly the glow in the bowl of his pipe went out. "Welcome, children, to the Ember Island Temple. I hope you wiped your feet." Mai took one of the mats, but paused as she tried to figure out what to do with it while wearing a short skirt and a top that was missing its lower half. Sokka and Suki sat down on their own mats in what looked like comfortable positions, but Mai eventually elected to kneel. A moment later, Kalo was kneeling beside her. "So, what can we help with? Whose life is in danger? Are you okay?" Mai didn't count being half-dressed as okay, but that was hardly relevant. "I'm fine. My friend here is Suki of Kyoshi Island, a servant to Prince Zuko, and it's her sister who's in danger." Mai went through the whole story, happily throwing Oze and Azula under the charging rhino. It was a risk, admitting that they were asking for help against the royal family, but it wouldn't be possible to hide that fact for long, and better to get a refusal now than to be betrayed later. "So we need," Mai concluded, "your assistance getting our group into the caldera, as quickly as possible. Hence our dropping by this late." Kalo looked to the two older sages. "Masters, can we help?" Shia rubbed at his fuzzy chin. Guan put his pipe back in his mouth and tried to puff, and then realized it was no longer burning and grunted with annoyance. Shia said, "We've just received some news that might change your plans." Guan's eyebrows shot up. "You're going to tell them?" Shia shrugged. "I have not been instructed to keep it a secret, and I expect the news will spread soon enough." He looked to Mai. Ajalin's advisors, Li and Lo, were arrested by the military in the palace today for attempting to usurp the Fire Lord's authority. They are being blamed the interference in your Agni Budokai. Prince Oze is taking charge of his father's office and protection. And he has the support of the Grand Temple, that's how we were notified. "Oh, ashes." Mai closed her eyes and massaged her forehead. "So Prince Oze is effectively the Fire Lord right now?" Shia nodded. "That's what we were discussing when you arrived." Guan looked down at his pipe. "The telegraph just came in. This was my second smoke since then." Sokka cleared his throat. "So, to us foreigners, what does this mean, exactly?" Mai shrugged. "Well, for one, we're asking for help from people who are effectively working for Oze. Second," Suki added, "we can expect the entire capital to be against us." Sokka drooped. "Oh. Yeah, I was afraid of that." Kalo smacked a fist into his other hand. "But there must be something we can do. This poisoning and extortion is dishonorable. These people are not to blame for Prince Zuko's gallivanting about on Prince Iroha's orders. If Prince Ozai has an issue with his family, he should take his issues to them directly. Xiao stroked at his beard. I admit, this is behavior that we would decry as criminal in anyone else. I am not at all comfortable with a leader who acts this way. Guan tapped his pipe in his hands. Careful, that's treasonous talk. Is it? Kalo leaned forward. Prince Ozai is not the Fire Lord. Iroha is still the Crown Prince. I'm not saying I support one over the other, but surely giving these people a little help cannot be treason. If Prince Ozai burned down someone's house, and they came begging for food and shelter, would you turn them away? Guan barked a laugh. If the beggar had been banished, then yes, I would be wary of breaking the law. They're asking us to smuggle them into the capital. Hey, now, Mai put in. That's not technically illegal. Not unless the sage's operations themselves are illegal. We're just taking advantage of them. Big difference. Xiao chuckled. She has a point. Your ship is still exempt, isn't it, Master Guan? It is. Haven't used it in over a decade, though. It's probably leaky. Sokka grinned. Leave that to me. So what's this about an exempt ship? Kalo looked over to Mai, and she once again tried to smile for him. His cheeks colored, and they turned back to Sokka. An exempt ship can bypass inspections, and is met at the harbor by a home guard officer who escorts the crew and cargo straight through the security checkpoints. It is meant to ease the travel of people who frequently come and go from the capital on business. Guan sniffed at his pipe. I was one of the High Sage's mentors. After he got the title, he appointed me to this temple as a kind of retirement reward. I used to visit the caldera, but things are so much nicer here. Mai looked at Sokka and Suki, and got their nods. She turned back to Guan and kowtowed to him. Then she remembered she was in a short skirt, looked back to make sure the kowtow wasn't doing anything obscene, and lowered her head again. Can we borrow your boat? Guan snorted and glanced at Xiao. What do you think? My orders are to keep tabs on Lady Mai and advise her in spiritual matters, Xiao said. He smiled. If she takes your ship to the capital, I'll know where she is. As far as spiritual matters are concerned, I think that honoring friendship and fighting for the lives of others is in accordance with the way of the flame. Guan rolled his eyes. So is obeying the royal family to the point of death. Mai stayed in her kowtow, but turned her head to Kalo. When she caught his gaze, she raised her eyebrows in a silent plea for help. His eyes moved over her, he was probably enjoying her pose, the pervert, and he turned to Guan. Master, I can go with them. I can even go to the Grand Temple, and present their petition for intervention with Prince Ozai to the High Sage. It is perfectly all right for a member of the Caldera clan to ask the sages for assistance in matters where royalty has issued an order that they cannot physically follow, and we are using the exempt ship to bring them along because of the pressing nature of the poison. It is all completely legal and honorable. Huh. Kalo was smarter than he looked. And usually acted. Mai was almost glad she was dressed like Ty Lee. Guan groaned. Oh, you're going to go far, young inferior sage. You have the knack for politics. Fine, whatever, take my ship. If you cause trouble in the capital, I'll plead senility and deny any memory of ever meeting you. Mai snapped up out of her kowtow. Thank you. I'll make sure the Avatar and Prince Zuko learn of your assistance. Guan shook his head and poked a burning finger into the bowl of his pipe. It was worth ordering an overnight ferry back from Ember Island, as Azula was able to arrive just in time to see the sun rising over the capital on the first day of Father's unofficial reign. A contingent of the Crimson Guard met her at the harbor with a palanquin. As she seated herself, one of the bearers asked, "To the palace, Your Majesty." Azula hesitated. As much as she wanted to see Father again, she didn't relish telling him that she had failed to return with Zuko. True, she had implemented his plan for forcing Uncle's pawns to produce poor lost Zuzu, but results were not guaranteed. She believed Suki and that tribal when they said that they didn't know where Zuko was, and more knowledgeable people such as Zhao wouldn't be compelled by any danger to Kirei. It was Father's plan, and so Azula was sure that it would work, but she felt like her task was incomplete. She needed to make sure that father wouldn't see her as a failure. An idea occurred to her. Where are the sisters Li and Lo being imprisoned? The palanquin bearer blinked. At the capital prison, it is said. Angela grinned. Then take me there. I have loose ends to clean up. It wasn't a long trip to the stone prison, and when Angela arrived, the staff welcomed her with the equal mix of eagerness and fear that she was due. The order to take her to the traitors was obeyed instantly. When one of the prison guards brought her to Li and Lo's prison cell, Angela was disappointed to find that it was quite comfortable, as far as cages went. Behind the line of bars, there were 2 large cots, plenty of blankets, a window that caught the breeze, and a bookshelf filled with reading material in good condition. The sisters were even wearing their own clothes. One was on a bed, reading, while the other seemed to be meditating on a mat on the floor. At least they were sharing a cell. That would save Angela some time. She looked to the guard. You may go. We have matters of state to discuss. The guard bowed and closed the door behind her. Angela turned back to the caged sisters and let a smirk overtake her face. Well, this is quite the reversal from our last meeting. The sister on the bed, Li, closed her book. You will forgive us if we are not in a mood to kneel. The sister on the floor, Lo, opened her eyes. We expected more respect when you finally returned to make a deal. Angela snorted. Father had prevented her from trying to make peace with these two, but considering how things had played out, he was right not to want to bother. I don't think we need a deal anymore. You couldn't keep your hold on your power, and you've lost it. You have nothing my father and I want. Li, or Lo, climbed down off the bed. You must know that this cannot last. We held power too long to be removed so easily. Lo, or Li, stood up from the floor. Prince Jose's grasp on power will not be solidified so breezily. Believe that if you want, you tedious rhyming crones. Angela stepped right up to the bars, and reached into her sleeve. But there are no alternatives to his rule. Uncle is far away, and the traitors with whom he is consorting are in the process of failing right now. And that's what I'm here to take care of. She slid out the hidden bit of metal wire out of her sleeve and held it up in the light. Li, or Lo, squinted at it and said, "What is that?" Angela smiled, walked over to the swinging set of bars that served as the cage's door, and poked the wire into the lock that held it in place. She felt the tumblers moving within. Lo, or Li, added, "You came to help us escape, and not to chat." The lock clicked, and Angela stepped back as the door swung open. Then she turned her head and called out in a clear voice, "No, stay back. Don't make me defend myself." There was no urgency, no emotion in the delivery, but that was all right. The words were all that was important. The sisters both blinked at her. Simultaneously, of course. Then Angela snapped her arms out to launch a pair of fireballs right into their hearts. They both went down with identical rasps of breathless pain, but they were not dead yet. Angela hadn't had time to make the fireballs especially explosive. But now it was a simple matter to summon twin jets of flames from her fists, and methodically finish the job. When she was the only one left living in the cell, she went over and knocked on the metal door. The guard answered instantly. She would have been right outside the door, of course, and heard everything. She didn't so much as react now to sight of the cell, or the smell. Angela clasped her hands behind her back. "You heard me. I acted in self-defense." The guard nodded. Angela smiled. "Excellent. Now, I'm done here. Take me to my palanquin. My father is eager to see me." It was good to be the one in power. And father, no doubt, would be pleased at having this little loose end settled. Or, rather, a pair of loose ends. The next morning dawned clear and bright, and Suki hoped it to be an omen for their infiltration of the capital. In the receiving hall of the Tai sisters' beach house, the septuplets were once again lined up with their tonfa clubs in hand. Suki stood before them on Mai's left, with Momo on Mai's right, and Kirei waiting over by the door. Suki bowed with Mai to the sisters. Momo copied their motion. "Thank you," Mai said, "for your hospitality. We leave in peace." The words were part of the ceremony, but Suki herself didn't feel like she had gotten much hospitality. Sure, the letter of the convention had been preserved, since Angela had only done harm to her own servant, but it had been a direct strike at Suki's emotions and responsibilities. But she also knew that there was nothing the Tai sisters could have done, even refusing to let Angela into their home, which would have prevented the princess from poisoning Kirei. They had simply done what they could in a horrible situation, saving Mai and trying to ride out the consequences. Perhaps the sisters had only done what Suki herself had made a career out of. The 6 Tai sisters all bowed back to Mai and Suki, and then rose and lifted their tonfa above their heads. All of them smacked the sticks together as one, and then the sister on the far left said, "Your stay here has enriched our lives. You are welcome to come again." They all cracked their clubs together again. "Once you step outside, you will no longer be under our protection. May your flames burn bright in the wind." And with that, the ceremony was over, and Suki found herself at the center of a storm of hugs. Sokka would be sorry he missed this. But someone had to go get Sage Guan's special boat ready. The sisters' enthusiasm continued as Suki picked up Momo and they all headed outside, in the form of waving and jumping and calls to be safe and, in Taiwu's case, an admonition of, "Try not to die in a stupid way like Tai Li." As they got into the carriage, Suki looked at Kirei. "And yet Taiwu is still closer to her sisters than we are to each other." Kirei snorted as Mai got into the carriage and it bounced into motion. Well, none of them got each other poisoned. It was all Kira wanted to talk about. Suki couldn't imagine herself as dying and not wanting to make some kind of peace about their past together, but then, Kirei was obviously not someone who put much importance on sentimentality. So Suki said, "How are you feeling? It's been about 12 hours since Angela dosed you." Kirei grimaced. "My stomach has been hurting since dawn, but I don't know if that's the poison or the stress. I had an awful time in the bathroom this morning." "Thanks," Mai drawled, "for that vivid update." Suki faked her way through a chuckle, but she didn't feel much like laughing. The rest of the trip to the pier passed in silence, and Suki stroked Momo's fur the whole way. They arrived at a little marina to find everything ready to go. The ship she saw as she emerged from the carriage was certainly impressive. It was a classic wooden junk, no engines or armor. Sokka waved from the deck, while a few men in fancy uniforms moved about untying robes. As Momo leapt out of Suki's arms to go greet Sokka, leading the way up the gangplank, Kalo, Shiu, and Guan emerged from below deck, the latter puffing furiously at his pipe. Kirei grunted. "This looks workable. Should get us to Capital Island in a few hours. Then we'll see if the rest of your plan is any good." Sokka rubbed his face wearily while Momo perched on his head. "Please don't say things like that. It's just asking for bad luck to come and mess with us. Anyway, Mai, I made sure everyone's luggage was stored below, but you might want to check things over yourself." Mai quirked an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because you'll eventually feel the need to check anyway, and it's probably better for you to do it before you start getting seasick and stinky." Mai snorted. "I hate how well you know me now." But she got moving, heading past Kalo to the ladder. Kirei followed her. "I'm going down below, too. Better to stay out of the way of the people who are actually doing work." Suki trotted at her sister's side. "I'll go with you." "Why? Do you really want to be alone, if you start feeling the poison more?" Kirei grimaced, but didn't say anything. The deck at the bottom of the ladder was a collection of cabins. Suki spotted Mai ducking into the one where all their luggage was piled up and tied down. They couldn't leave their things with the Tai sisters, as no one had any idea where they'd be going after whatever happened with Prince Oze. Kirei picked a cabin seeming at random and slid the curtain closed behind her, leaving Suki in the corridor. Well, that was just great. Suki went into the next cabin over, wondering if she should maybe try getting a nap in. There was a plank made up as a cot, complete with pillow and blanket, as well as a... Wait. What was it? It was a package of some kind, the paper wrapping providing no clue as to what might be underneath. There seemed to be some kind of a quiet sound coming from within, but Suki didn't. That's when the package exploded into a storm of white smoke. She inhaled before she realized what a bad idea it was, and the constant echo of trap in her mind was quickly dampened into a vague anxiety as her body crumpled to the floor. The smoky air stung sweetly in her nostrils as her vision turned black. Yes, a nap was a good idea. The last thing she heard before her senses completely left her was the distinct sound of a firebender's jet of flames coming from somewhere on the other side of the world. Zhao disliked being out of uniform, even in a respectable set of robes that wouldn't have looked out of place in his father's wardrobe, but it seemed that his duties now included covert field work. At the very least, if he ever got out from under Iroha's thumb, he'd be able to brag about a wide variety of experiences. At least there was nothing particularly dangerous about this particular assignment. And, he had to admit, it was nice beach, even if it was public access. Zhao stood at the edge of the beach, where the dark sand met the road lined by all manner of tourist traps, a single flowered sprig of jasmine in his hand. Around him, children and teenagers frolicked here and there, and thankfully none of their antics took them anywhere close to him. He was one of the few adults around at this time of the day, but no one had given him a second look. He was doing a convincing job of appearing to be just another vacationer enjoying the atmosphere of the shore. And then a young man approached slowly from Zhao's left. Although dressed in shorts and a light vest, the youth wore a wide hat that hid the upper half of his face and a scarf around his neck that obscured the natural lines of his visage. Zhao tensed. The youth raised the rim of the hat to look at Zhao's jasmine flower, and then nodded. I know someone whose favorite tea is jasmine, although sometimes he forgets that. Good, this was the Bangfei, weapon of the Fire Nation. Zhao replied, the best cup of tea is that shared between friends. With the hopelessly naive countersign delivered, he summoned a flame to burn the sprig in his hands, and threw the ash to fall to the sand of the beach. Lead the way. Bangfei lowered the brim of his hat again, and then together they left behind the oblivious vacationers. It was a short walk, here on Ember Island, to a spot of jungle hidden from view. Zhao followed Bangfei through giant ferns and under palm trees, until they came to a clearing where a large wicker basket waited. Without hesitation, Bangfei went over to the basket and lifted the lid to show the tied-up child sleeping within. Zhao nodded. Well done. That is indeed Caldera Udamashabai. Tom Tom, the family calls him. He couldn't suppress a quirk of his lips. If I had the boy in my possession yesterday, I could have prevented Lady Mai from running off to the capital. But good timing isn't something that happens often in military service. Bangfei took off his hat. Mai is going to the capital. Zhao shrugged. She's going to try. And in doing so, she is no longer my responsibility. If she survives, her brother will be very useful leverage. If not, well, denying Prince Oze 2 allies is no small thing. Bangfei stood quietly for a moment, and then bowed to Zhao. I think it is time for me to return home to the capital as well. I doubt I'll be free to receive orders from Prince Iroha for a while. Zhao nodded. Yes, I expect that you're right. He lifted the lid of the basket, examining the sleeping boy within. There were dried tear tracks on his face, the child had probably cried himself to sleep. Zhao was thankful that he wouldn't have to deal with the child once delivered to the hired caretakers, then Tom Tom would be safely out of the way until needed. Hopefully, at least, you'll survive. It would be a shame to lose a prompt and confident agent. When Zhao turned to see if Bangfei had any response, he found that the weapon was already gone. Check the description for the links to the author.